in. Oh. How much growth it has. Good to go. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It is 10 a.m. and we'll start with our external business for our council meeting. Joshua will be trying to get online, but he is sick, so he'll be trying to mute his phone so you don't hear him coughing. So everyone is here. So we'll do the adoption of the agenda. If there's any additions or deletions. No additions or deletions. So motion to accept the agenda. Second by Crystal. Paper. Next minutes from January 25th, 2024. We have a couple of items on the thing. So they're perfect. So we can just go to the companies, which has been done. Action items, but the greenhouse for Mascot Complex and Simpcw, state information, we did the water main, council to meet Gbenga and Elm prior to signing off MOU. Which we're still dealing with them. Talk to elders, I'm not sure if that has happened yet. Gotta look. Oh, something from Ernie. Got it out there. Here. So that's still an ongoing. Archaeologies go out there, also gaming, hopefully, to do further to look at archaeology work in potential areas. Other support. Just go. Yeah, we've done that. Other support. Session. The adoption of the meeting from January 25th.
Remover?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move. Nobody accept the minutes.
Was it?
Second to accept the minutes from January 25th, 2024. Robert has moved. So second it, all in favor? Carried. Next on the agenda will be economic development. Those watching at home, we do want to apologize for changing the date for our council meeting, but the flu has went rampant through our office. One day we had 9 staff down with the flu. We had a company come in, sterilize the whole office to keep our members and our staff safe. And everyone's doing well.
There you go.
Our company isn't here yet. And it's amazing.
If you got a dance for 10 minutes, that's all.
Meanwhile, like you can give some information about the company.
Or we'll have a little bit, all of us come to the and
Tyrod Industries is a Prince George-based fabrication company located down by Excel, down in this little area by the Hart Bridge. They currently have a master services agreement with Enbridge, so that means they're basically a preferred vendor with Enbridge. They are looking at doing a lot. They do a lot of work in the industry sector. They're about between a $20 and $30 million company annual revenue. They expressed interest talking to Jamie, who will be here shortly. They expressed interest in working with us because it's the right thing to do. And they feel my approach to them, and with this, if we were to go this way, would be if we could get 1% of the master services agreement plus 5%, 5 or 6% of additional work that we can help them secure. That could be very lucrative. You'd be looking at 6-figure return annually, give or take. Yeah, they've been. We've talked a few times. They are doing the. I think they're the prime for the Land Use Road fence. So they're around the valve site. Enbridge just calls them because they do a lot of maintenance, which is also really nice. So they're not a boom and bust company. Like they have steady income rather than 3 years of living like kings and then followed by, off a cliff. So that steady revenue was really attractive to me when we were talking about it. And yeah, that comes a lot from the maintenance and portions of that. What else can I tell you about Jamie? One of the rare woman presidents of an industrial company. There aren't too many of her around. She owns it with her husband. His name is not me. I want to say Tyler? Tyson. Yeah, that's it. Tyson. Yeah, he's more of a builder. She's more of a business end. But yeah, they've grown a pretty solid business there, and they've been interested in working with us because they live and work here. They figure that it's a good opportunity to participate. I asked her about employment opportunities. That kind of ebbs and flows over construction season and maintenance season, but certainly open to it. We've had more and more people, more and more members looking for more and more stable employment rather than seasonal. And of course, they're open to it, but everyone, I hear that all the time from everywhere. Oh, yeah. But
So,
yeah,
so two. 1%?
1% on their master services agreement, and then I think 5 to 6 on a additional work. So every time Enbridge phones them to do something, and that would be that's the large portion of their work, working off 1% of that. But if it's new stuff, like let's say they get work on expansions, or they're doing work for Fortis or whoever, then that would be a higher amount, because we would be directly attached to helping that happen and advocating on their portion. That's where our value comes in.
Or 5% is just,
Would be on stuff we can help,
it's like,
because they've already established that relationship and their good working relationship with Enbridge. And so Enbridge might push back on, if we just said, we usually do 5 to 10 on revenue share agreements. With MSAs, with master service agreements, those things are pretty locked down. So that's why you got to go in low, but they're locked in, right? So they get the first call. And so that's going low with that one, but it's very steady compared to a bigger amount on the more add-on things.
is that for the whole, or is this for hydro, or just,
No, they just do a lot of work for Enbridge. They do a lot of work for lots of
Enbridge is not, even but expansion,
Yeah.
they're not 20, they're not 20, they're just doing expansion.
in 10 years, when we have this conversation again about, hey, you know what, half of it's already done. Like, why don't we just do the other half and now have 2? Yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms, which we could talk about tomorrow. That's exciting, because I just got we gave them a counter proposal, and they countered the counter proposal. It's uninspired, let's say. So there's going to be pushback from us on that as well. Yeah, so
So is that for, like, this 2%, would that be for the whole project, no? Or just in our territory?
it would be just in our territory, but they do a lot of work in our territory. Right? If there is, I mean, they might, I'm not sure, and this would be a question for Jamie about how much work they do outside of the territory. I'm not 100% sure. If they, because they might do work in, pick a place like Williams Lake or something. I would think they do out of territory work because they are quite a sizable company. I mean, they probably have, I was going to guess, probably neighborhood of 30 to 50 employees.
Do they, are they in partnership with other First Nations? So it's just Clay Lakes, so why can't it be across?
I mean, it could. I don't know what, but I don't know what their situation is. If they're looking to work with Williams Lake, for example.
Sorry, Wendy, that was still your question? Or-
That's okay, that's what I was,
Yeah.
like, that was just what she said, it's like, well,
That would be awesome.
yeah.
That would be the best case scenario,
Mhm.
for sure.
Because if they're not working in the territory, I'm get nothing,
Mhm.
but like, so what's, I don't see what the point is to have a signing thing with them.
I guess the like, because there is a lot of work does get done in Prince George, that, you know, it's not, if I'm fabricating something, whether it ends up in, you know, across the street or in a different country, it's still work done in Prince George. Right now, they're gonna be able to say, you know, like, okay, we're building this. If it's like, again, maintenance work on a pipe in Williams Lake, Again, I don't know what their situation is, and we can ask.
Mhm,
I mean, it sounds like she's here right now.
mhm,
Just hitting the doorbell.
mhm.
That's just sort of what that'd be, certainly, that's a great question for her.
Yeah, yeah, because anybody could use a physical address somewhere, but who's to say that they're actually here? And then they could turn around and say, no, we didn't do any work there, so we don't have to give you guys what your percent.
I mean, I guess, but if I ever found out, right, I would just sever that,
Yeah.
right? It would be
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there is a deal, a level of trust in
Mhm,
all these things, and so, you know, they could, but if you ever got caught, it would just be done,
okay.
right? You couldn't, it's not worth it,
Mhm,
I guess would be the short
Yeah.
answer, right?
yeah,
And having you just being blacklisted by the local First Nation is probably not a good thing for a company to have on their resume,
mhm,
especially if Enbridge phones, hey, what do you guys think of these guys? Or worse yet, we, mentioned that, we had a really tough relationship with these
Yeah.
guys. Not get into specifics, but stuff like that, right? So I feel like I should just pop my head out the door.
Yep.
Real quick. Because kid might have phoned by phone, should over there.
Okay.
See?
Everyone this morning. Great, thank you.
Start with a bit of a roundtable. We'll start with Barb's roundtable.
introduction.
Introduction.
Sorry, my name is Barbara Allen. I'm the meeting minutes representative for Clayton today. And I'm also the employment and training coordinator for Clayton today.
Sweet. Gail, I'm counselor. Clearly tonight. Nice to meet you.
Or Gagnon, Councillor Clayton today.
Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
Morning, Chief Jolene Logan. John West, Council.
I'm Kristen Gibson. I'm Jamie Cranrod, president of Tyrod Industries. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. I'm looking forward to telling you all about ourselves.
Dan Wright, project coordinator at Tyrod. So it's here helping Jamie presentation. Thank
What
you.
was your name?
Dan.
Dan? Okay.
You're
Thank you.
underselling yourself, Dan. He's a mechanical engineer and he's certified inspector and a valued team member.
Hey, you have the floor.
Wonderful. Well, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit croaky today. I'm just getting over something. First, I just wanted to start off by saying good morning, Chief Logan and council members. On behalf of Tyrod Industries, we'd like to extend our sincere appreciation for the invitation to attend your council meeting this morning and talk and introduce Tyrod Industries. As I've introduced myself and Dan already, I would really like to start with the respectful acknowledgement that Tyrod Industries resides on the beautiful unceded ancestral lands of the Claylight Tene, your nation, where we live, work, and play every day. And I've grown up, so I've enjoyed this region for a very long time. So thank you for that. And I really just wanted to start with the introduction of who Tyrod Industries is. So we are a family-owned business that started in 2006. We were founded originally with one, that was my husband, Tyson Cranrod, who started as Tyrod Contracting. We began as a mobile welding rig where he worked up in northern British Columbia for over 10 years. And basically in 2011, we actively began expanding the company and renaming it Tyrod Industries. So we really started to focus our energies more on Prince George and the Prince George region as things were sort of changing and oil and gas was not just in the Fort St. John and Fort Nelson area. And at that time, we obtained our mechanical license, hiring our first few team members and beginning our first project was actually in Conifex in Mackenzie. And then our second opportunity was with the local refinery here with Husky Energy at that time, when Tidewater is now the owners of that refinery. And here we are today. A few years later, I left my permanent full-time management position in community in the nonprofit sector and jumped into the construction industry with my husband, and that was 13 years ago. And today we're over 40 full-time employees, and throughout the year during the busy seasonal construction, over 100 employees. So it's been a great experience. The community here and the team members, people like Dan that have been working with us for over 10 years, has been a great value add. And through that time, we've come to our mission statement of where we are today. So today we're committed to delivering safe, sustainable, high quality products and service to the oil and gas industry, and really the energy industry as a whole, the energy sector. We work in Western Canada, so we're also licensed in Alberta, but we primarily work in British Columbia, and we put on all the miles from Prince Rupert to Fort Nelson down to Huntington, the very south of the BC border. But we've adopted a disciplined and consistent approach each and every time, regardless of the size or scale of our projects. And safety and quality come first in our business, and that's really the heart of our operations. We had a great experience in 2023, where we've recently just did a strategic planning where we've updated our mission and our value statement based on the growth of the company, and really trying to strategically determine where we want to position ourselves in the next coming years. As you all know, there's a lot of opportunity in this sector, and Prince George is very much the hub of this growth and new construction. So we've taken some time to say, okay, who are we? What are our values? Try to regroup ourselves. How are we going to make those decisions as we go forward? And this was a collaborative approach with our team. So these are our 6 values that we hold first and foremost. Safety, which of course in our industry is a very big one, but we have an incredible, impeccable safety record, and we take it very seriously. And teamwork. So we are very inclusive, and together we create a positive work environment. We're constantly trying to ensure that everyone is respectful, that we work together on our problems, providing solutions. And it's a full encompassing approach, not just the activities within the construction area at that time, but more of a team and family. I think that's a big part of why we've got most of our level management team have all been with us for over 10 years. So we have a very good retention, and we work very closely and collaboratively with each other. Quality. So we take pride in producing the highest quality products and services, and never hesitate to go the extra mile. That's really the first and foremost of what we do for our clients and for our team members. We're committed to continuously improving our processes and to meet customers' needs and our team needs. And we maintain rigorous quality standards for all of our work, no matter how big or small the project is. So in the energy or oil and gas industry, quality is paramount to very little. It's a very high expectation, high specifications, and we've been working over 10 years and really honing in on how to achieve that and how to achieve that efficiently and effectively. Because it can be difficult with some of the larger companies. There's a lot of specifications and a lot of sort of things that you must meet. That's really more Dan's part of the business. Caring. So we demonstrate appreciation for whom we work with and provide constructive feedback. We recognize and acknowledge when good work is done, so it's really important. We talk a lot about the successes because it's a type of industry that just sort of rolls from one thing to the next. So we try to take the time and talk about the successes. We respect our team members' needs and provide support where possible. Accountability. This is really another big stewardship of our business. So we take ownership and responsibility for our actions. We make decisions based on facts, and we honor our commitments and strive to exceed expectations. And last is humility. We acknowledge our strengths and skills, but we're also learning from others and seeking out new knowledge. In this industry, you can never say you know it all, that sometimes you're striving to learn more, or there could be some changes in how the industry is working, or the different expectations or certifications. So we're always learning, and being humility is one of those values we hold very, very close. So this is really just our facility. As I said, we're here in Prince George. I don't know if any of you are familiar with where we're located. We're in the Nechako industrial area, which is kind of down by IRL supplies across from the brewery. Yeah, and we maintain 2 facilities. One of which is our fabrication shop. So it's a full service fabrication shop with overhead cranes with a team of very qualified welders, pipe fitters, quality control personnel. And we're basically providing, fabricating pressure piping systems. We're licensed for pressure vessels and all structural steel. So anything kind of peripheral that goes usually with the installation, pipe supports, platforms and stairs, handrails, all of that kind of stuff. And so we've been in this location since 2011, I believe. And then in 2020, we also added a second facility, which is adjacent from the fabrication shop. That is, we've developed a coating facility. So we have an indoor, the only indoor sandblast bay facility in Prince George, and also an indoor paint booth. So we're fabricating the product, moving it into our coating facility where we're sandblasting and then coating the product to whatever specification, whether it be above ground, below ground piping, structural steel, and then essentially it's coming out of the coating bay and we do the installation. So we're kind of a full service from the beginning to the end. Every project can be a little bit different. Sometimes you're installing, sometimes you're just coating, but that's pretty much the majority of what we're doing as we're running the product through. We also actually operate and maintain a fleet of vehicles, different types of trade vehicles, from mobile welding to picker trucks to extensive additional equipment, tool cribs, site trailers, fire suppression trailers, wash car. Basically any type of site facility we would need, we're full service for ourselves. And as we also have the ability that we provide some of that equipment and assistance for any other contractors or partners that we work with and for our clients as well. So sometimes somebody may just need something on site, a fire suppression trailer, and we'll just go out there and supply that for them, just to kind of give that peripheral value add service. Before I go into the contracting or a service of what Tyrod does anyone have any questions or comments on anything so far?
I'm just curious.
Yes.
You were here since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
What made you want to come to Fairleigh tonight?
To here today? It's the opportunity of a partnership, and I'll talk a lot more about the fact that sustainable partnerships is part of how we have grown our business. That's partners or relationships with good subcontractors, with if you were to ask around in Prince George, we have a lot of really valued relationships that allow us every day to do what we do, but also we're able to support others in what they do. And so really, we're just here today to see if there's any interest in sort of developing a relationship in what we're doing. I think there's great opportunity in this region. And for myself, I grew up actually east of town, so I grew up very close and went to Blackburn Elementary School. And I think, to me, it'd be exciting to have an opportunity to work with community members that are just like myself and really match with our values, which is really just trying to do some good work for the community.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Curious.
Yeah, no, that's great. I love it. So I guess we're getting into the what Tyrod does. So we're also a general contractor. So a lot of mechanical scopes with our different clients do encompass subcontracting activities. So other activities that we work with, like I said, our valued partners and relationships in things such as line locating, surveying, piling, different civil type works. And that could range from small concrete bases to preparation of, leaving the land in, I'm not great at civil works, but with all the different rock and finishing off a construction site. Hydrovac, airvac services, cranes, electrical, and medic, and security. So those are really valued services that we're utilizing all the time. The photos actually, I believe down the top one that's the N4 compressor building.
N4 up north at Pink Mountain. This was work we undertook last summer in Quesnel, and this bottom right one's actually a project we took on in Kamloops.
So the top photo would have been the modular buildings by others. So they would have procured those, where we would have done all of the foundation and all the platform handrails, et cetera. And a good idea of the facility, because all of that groundwork would have been done by us with a partner in making it look perfect, always leaving the site better than what it looked like when we got there.
So those are all permanent? They stay at the site?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, they just replaced some very old modular buildings in there.
That's the operational control room. So that's kind of the home for the operators during the day at that compressor station.
And then you can see down in the bottom right, just another example, us setting a building. I think that might be a meter station building on piles. So we'll do all the prep work and a lot of the fabrication around there, but then we're working with our subcontractors and all of the peripheral and finishing off the project. And then to the left, that is an integrity dig with hydrovac services. Actually, no, that was an installation, but that's showing our working with a hydrovac team. So our general services, these are sort of our top things that we're doing outside of our fabrication facilities and coating facilities. We do pipeline repairs and maintenance, piping and structural installation, which could be fabrication again from the shop, but sometimes it can be fabrication on site or repairs, cutting a piece out, repairing it, putting it back, sort of depending on the repair plan. Integrity digs, which is, for those that are not familiar, it's basically identified areas that the clients have just determined that we need to excavate, either manually or by hydrovac or what have you, depending on the location, and basically evaluating the pipe for any potential repairs. It could be, what are some of the coating products that we're using, like a Stopack?
Rusting, Stopack, Denso. So anytime they're tooling their equipment, they run down the pipes, shows a defect, then they need to visually dig it up and lay eyes on it, see what that is, if it requires repair, if there's a rust spot that needs to be repaired before it affects the integrity of the
I
pipe.
think there was excuse me, I think there was a defect in that pipeline on the reserve. Was there not a little while back? I think they fixed it in December, November. Yeah, kind of the same drill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be an integrity program. So they send tooling through the pipeline like machines.
Right.
Mhm.
And if they detect an anomaly, then they go, okay, that location needs to be dug up. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes it's a structural repair that needs to be done. Sometimes they just fix the coating to protect the pipe and then
Why do they leave the, in some areas, they leave the piping exposed for a certain amount of time? Like, is there a reason for that?
Like from it
Yeah,
being
Like,
excavated?
yeah, when they dig it up like that, right?
Yeah.
And then sometimes, because when I was going towards Prince Rupert that one time, I was just like, I went there for a week and I come back, it was still exposed. And I was curious, I
Yeah,
just asked the workers there, how come you're not covering it back up? And then when we have to get orders, I was like, oh, there's something, they were doing something with that.
Yeah.
pipe. And,
It could have been that they were because sometimes once they're excavating, they don't know, they'll have to then do further investigation to know what create a repair plan. And then they've got to, depending on what the repair plan is, you may be sourcing out additional
because they just
subcontractors.
put yellow tarp or like a yellow tent type thing over it.
Yeah.
And I was just curious is all, and they wouldn't answer me.
they have expert engineers that have to go through, develop repair plans, assess
Uh-huh.
if there is damage and then give a procedure to the contractor and bring all the correct people to
Oh,
fix it. So
okay.
it can just be a process sometimes that takes time.
Uh-huh.
And each one can be unique.
Yeah.
It's one of those sort of discovery scopes of work. You don't necessarily know what it looks like until you're down there in some
I'm
instances.
pretty sure there's a lot of curious people that don't ask like a pipeline. Like,
Yeah.
hello?
I bet.
Yeah.
And the other service we provide is also field coating and sandblasting. So we have mobile blasting and mobile coating services. So that's just another value add that we've actually just added to our services a year ago. It was probably this time last year. And a lot of these value adds come out of need for the client and lack of ability to find a relationship that can provide the service.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been part of how we've really built our business, is not trying to go out there and say we do everything. But as we continued to grow the business and grow our clients, and there became sort of identified needs that just wasn't available in our region. So for example, I think mobile coating was coming out of Grand Prairie.
Alberta were our only options.
Yeah, and which was which would have been fine, except they had very limited capacity because there's so few surfaces. So this is why we sort of got into the coating business. We were going prior to having our own, we're an Enbridge approved coating facility now. And that prior to that, the only Enbridge approved coating facility was in Red Deer. So we would fabricate, put everything on a trailer, off to Red Deer, it would go to be coated because it was a facility that was approved. And Dan or any other NACE inspector, which is a paint inspector on our staff, would have to go to Red Deer, watch all through all the specifications and the QC aspect of it, and then we would drive it back. And if that particular somebody on the other end didn't package it right, and then we go to unpackage it and install it, and there may be marks or dings, or it started to become really challenging. And Enbridge, being a valued client, had come to us and said, okay, this is getting costly because of how much fabrication we're doing for them in this region. And they said, well, who are we going to use? Who do you guys recommend? And we said, well, there was nobody in town that could meet the specs. So we said, okay, well, us, we're going to give it a try. So we did it all in the background on our own. Dan was a very large part of that because he's a coating inspector himself. So we were able to, as a team, we kind of came up with a plan and an engineered system and built it. And we're just now in this year, we're really planning on trying to market that. At this point, all we've been utilizing it for, even the mobile sandblasting equipment, just for our own projects, but there's a huge need. We've identified that, but we really wanted to ensure with new services that we don't attempt to try and get out there and do too much of it. We want to ensure that we can, continue our quality, continue, with our values before we kind of throw it out there. So it's part of our 2024 plan, is to start to develop those sort of services with the company.
Interesting.
What's next? So certifications. So what makes Tyrod certified to do what we do? We are also a certified diverse supplier. That's really something that's just identified in oil and gas companies because we are a women-owned business, and there's not a lot of women-owned businesses in construction. CWB level 2 inspectors on staff. That's for structural welding, having inspectors on staff. We are licensed for pressure piping systems through TSBC, which is Technical Safety BC, with an A-class license. We also obtain an MA license through TSBC, which is for the manufacturing of pressure vessels and fittings. Mm-hmm. We have the CSA Z662 procedures, which are the pipeline procedures. We also have over 30 Tyrod owned, like that we have built our own weld procedures. And that takes time over quite some time. And a lot of it's been built on Dan, maybe you could speak to the weld procedures on more specific types of metals and stuff.
Different grades of metal and pipelines and alloys for different services that need their specific weld procedures. And we probably have more than most anyone else in the region.
Yeah, so often, about at least once or twice a year, we get a call from a different plant or something, like Chemtrade, for example. Right now, what is that they've got?
It's a special Inconol alloy 20, if that means anything to you, but special steel for acid so that it doesn't corrode with the fluids that they're flowing through it. That's very special. It'd be a very expensive hot tub.
But as an example, there's nobody else in Prince George who has that procedure. So we've been developing, it's sort of an investment in the business, but in developing, and what that is you're taking your welders and you're testing them to your procedures so that you're able to do those types of repairs that are more specialized, I guess.
And where do you get the materials, like the steel and everything? Is that manufactured from the States or from where?
We have special suppliers, and so a lot of it is the States, or it can be offshore. They can come in from all over when we get into special grades.
So you get it at the raw value, and
yeah,
you develop stuff out of that.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say probably 95% of our projects we're providing the material.
Mm-hmm.
So material procurement and shipping, and then us managing and handling right to the installation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And lastly, the coating certification. So we have multiple AMP. It used to be called NACE. level 1, 2, and 3 certified inspectors on staff. We've been training. Dan is our most senior inspector as a level 3, and I think there's only a few in the province. Is that correct?
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in Prince George.
Yeah.
There's some down south or up north, but it's a crucial thing required for oil and gas industry
Wow.
to have proper inspectors.
Well, good for you.
Yes, he's done lots of studying.
Yeah. No kidding.
Okay, next slide, please, Dan. So community roots, as I mentioned, we've lived in Prince George a very long time, and our team members as well. And to highlight just a few, I mean, I don't have to talk about it all, but we've really identified family and youth as being where we would like to put our energy, and that's just something that's organically come because we really believe a lot in our family and our community and our team members. So we pride ourselves on clean and tidy construction sites. Often we're utilizing off-highway access roads to get to different locations. And the photo at the top is just a funny photo that our team members was coming out of a off-highway access road. This is just north of town, and seeing somebody had dumped all the, unfortunately, appliances. And they stopped they had a picker truck. They stopped, and I just think it's funny because they texted this to me, stopped, and they picked it all up and put it on the trailer, and we took it to the dump. Sent me the thumbs up picture. That's a fun one. Maybe this is a good spot to highlight that. But, we really believe in that. Many of our team members are volunteer coaches, instructors, and mentors in this community, and we work really hard in helping to support that for them. So if they need to adjust their schedule or what have you, that's part of our community roots. Families and youth. So we've been a big supporter of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern BC, a big supporter of Blackburn Remark All Wheels Adventure Park. So it's the skate park out at the school. And I actually, myself and 3 others were the volunteers that created that whole initiative. From when I grew up to it being an old rink out there, and then now it was just for years it had been this broken up asphalt pad. And being part of the community association, there was a lot of interest in trying to develop that into something for the growing community. And we sponsor a lot of youth teams and club sponsorships throughout the year. We're an annual sponsor of St. Vincent's Community Christmas. And an annual sponsor of the Prince George Motocross Association, Kodiak Football, and some other projects, initiatives such as St. Vincent's will say they need a new loading dock at their thrift store. So we've, built them a loading dock with the roof, BMX sponsorship, the BMX club creating building an outdoor bike rack for them. What little things that we can do through the Fab Shop, our team members enjoy doing that, and we certainly enjoy being able to supply that. And then other things such as we were a sponsor at the BC Natural Resource Forum, which was the oil and gas panel session, which was the session that you guys were in the morning. So anywhere we see that we can add some value, then that's where we really like to be. So building tomorrow with Tyrod today. Basically, as you asked me the question of, why are we here today, speaking to the Clay Lake today, we are actively involving and listening to local stakeholders, fostering trust, open communication, and building collaborative relationships. That is our goal. That is a goal that came out of our strategic plan. I believe in communication and in that transparency that we can all build, a better place for everybody that's working and living. And with Tyrod, as I'm sure you're kind of getting, we're locally owned and operated, headquartered in Prince George. We do have a big presence throughout British Columbia. Even today, we have some team members in Prince Rupert at the Alta Gas Plant. We're all over the province throughout the year. Established oil and gas contractor. We are experienced, mechanical and general, and we are the preferred vendor of qualified companies. So most of our clients, we're actually under like a 3-year MSA contract, a master service agreement, or a goods and service agreement, which allows us to sort of have all the terms and conditions, completed in advance. And some work, quite a bit of our work is a direct award. And then some of the bigger capital projects, of course, we are going through the RFP process and what have you. But we've worked very hard and diligent, our team, in creating those relationships. And they've been created by always being available and always utilizing, you know, those values. And when we show up on site, this is the feedback we get from a lot of the operators is they're very confident in whomever is showing up. And because we have had great retention with our team members and we're building the team from that foundation, they trust who's showing up. They know what they're getting. And that's been a big part of what's created us as what I'd call a preferred vendor, and what they have called as a preferred vendor. Thanks, Dan. So this is just a snapshot of some of the few clients that we in this year, next year that we've been working with. So Pacific Natural Gas is like the Fortis of the western BC. They're the retailer. They purchase the gas from Enbridge, and they're all the way to Rupert, I believe, right? Yeah.
Summit Lake to Rupert.
Yeah. So we do a lot of their maintenance work. And RBOS, I know you guys are very familiar with RBOS. We're working with RBOS on, maybe you can explain what we've done there.
We've been doing, they call it the high pressure side. So we've been doing all the high pressure piping from their boilers that feeds the facility. So we are just about done that scope. We're about a week away from completing that. And then the plant's showing up and that's starting to get set. So we're expecting to see more tender packages from them in the near future.
Mm-hmm. Enbridge, I would likely say maybe not in January and February, but beyond, once work starts picking up again in March, we usually have one or two crews or personnel somewhere working with Enbridge, whether it be on the operations side within their facilities, assisting with some maintenance, or, I mean, it can be from anything to a much larger project. And I'll talk a little later about some of the projects that we're involved in for this year going kind of forward. Canfor, we've done all kinds of different work for Canfor, and of course their relationship with RBOS. AltaGas, which is a propane exporter in Prince Rupert. So this is actually a fairly new client to us. I think we've just started working with them 6 or 8 months ago. And they have a lot of maintenance that they're kind of behind. And this is what they had told us. We're a bit behind on it. They've been looking for a pressure piping company. We were referred to them. So we've just started working with them. So we're excited about the new opportunity. And then Tidewater Renewables and Tidewater Mainstream. Of course, the renewables is the HDRD endeavor and plant. And Tidewater Mainstream, of course, is the refinery. We've had a presence at the Prince George refinery since 2011. And when Husky Oil owned the refinery, we were the main mechanical contractor on site. And we probably had a crew there every day throughout the year for many years. We have been the main mechanical contractor at that refinery, including this past year with Tidewater for the turnaround scope. So it's safe to say we've probably touched nearly every piece of pipe in that refinery. But the turnaround, we're pre-manufacturing over 100 packages of pipe. And then during the turnaround of the 6 or 8 weeks, we are doing the installation. So that's the maintenance period. And then we've helped this past year on commissioning the HDRD project. We weren't the construction company that built it, but we did all of the punch list items and commissioning and just helped them get it up and going for them. So that took the remainder of last year. The city of Prince George, we do a lot of different maintenance and call outs and coding stuff for them. TC Energy is also a fairly new company or client for us. We just signed an MSA with them in September of last year. We just had our first opportunity here a few weeks ago up at their Wild Lake compressor station, which is in the Chetwynd area. So this is really a big part of our 2024 is developing that relationship. I think it'll be a very good relationship. TC Energy works very similar to Enbridge, and when you're able to kind of work in that world, we're excited about the opportunity. And then the university, we've done various things for the university, and there's others, but we thought we would just highlight the largest ones. So I guess the future of Tyrod. What are our plans going forward? It is our goal, continued community engagement. We are currently actively looking at expanding our facilities. We're what I would say, kind of capping ourselves at capacity at a time when there's so much more capacity required out there. So we're we have purchased some property that we're in the process with the city of Prince George and rezoning into industrial property. And it is part of the OCP plan. So the city's in favor of it. We're just kind of going through the application component and perhaps developing something there. But that is a very big priority for us and how we're going to increase our capacity in our facilities. And that's what we're hoping for 2024. And looking at the increase of any value add services for our clients and for the community, where else could we be, being supportive without it that fits within our current structure. Then implementation of our people strategy. So part of last year's redevelop, like structural developments, like through a strategic plan, I guess is the language. We've developed a people strategy, which is a plan on how we're going to focus on our recruitment and retention of team members and while maintaining our company culture and with our values at the forefront of our decision making. So as things get busier in British Columbia over the last couple of years and since COVID, and everybody is dealing with the different types of labor shortages in our industry, specifically with CGL pipeline and Trans Mountain pipeline being built, that took a lot of very skilled workers out of our sort of available industry sector. It's hard to compete with 6-year-long, contracts and versus. So we've developed a people strategy, and that's really going to be part of how we help build capacity and how we continue to bring on very qualified team members and retain the ones we do have. And looking forward, so 2024. Some of the things we know we're working on and some of the things that we're engaged with, fabrication and install some piping at the propane export facility. As I was mentioning, they've got a lot of maintenance, and since we completed the first project, they've been handing out more and more work. So we're looking forward to that. Various new construction repairs, new construction and or repairs at various meter stations throughout BC. Continued SEP, which is the Sunrise Expansion Project that you're probably all very aware of with Enbridge. We're supplying some support on the discovery work and the site support. So really most of the construction is going to be in 2025, but 2024 is a lot of the discovery work. So for example, a drilling program, I think we're over 12 or 14 locations where you're getting boreholes and hydrovac in certain areas so that you're providing a lot of geotechnical reports for them, planning for the execution of the work. And we also supply various site support, so inspectors just call us whenever they need something, wherever they may be, as part of their discovery work. We have some of the integrity digs lined up as our summer program. We're actively engaging in a relationship with this new MSA, so that's with TC Energy, trying to see what we can provide and where we may fit in their future plans. The biofuel plant, so RBOS is, there's the entire outdoor piping that will need to be looked at and completion of the plant.
Yeah, the modules are being manufactured there in Ontario, and I think they're starting to arrive soon, so that all needs to be assembled and put together and commissioned. So
we hope to be part of that. And then the local refineries, a lot of maintenance and upgrades, and with recently Tidewater's had some changes and within their executive team, and their focus and energy is really going to be in this area and this region. And we're in a lot of conversations with them about that kind of stuff as well. And I think that was kind of it that we had listed. That was the last slide, I believe. So I appreciate any feedback or comments or thoughts or questions.
So, sorry, go ahead.
How did you start working with RBOs? May I ask?
They came, Ellen Kemp, who's the project manager, she had come to Prince George quite a while ago now.
about this time last year.
Yeah, and had they visited different mechanical contractors in Prince George. So
okay.
yeah, and so we had a meeting in our office and just did a project highlight review. And from that, they'd asked for engage with us in pricing for the plant. I know you guys are very aware of RVOS and all of that. And from our perspective, they had just, as they're partners of yours, they had they had revamped their schedule many times. And so we'd been engaged with them all fall, basically, on trying to help them schedule that out. And then we were awarded, as Dan mentioned, so in the utility building there, we were awarded the low pressure side of the piping. So we fabricated all that in this
High pressure side.
very high pressure.
And that's another special alloy. There's some chrome pipes and there's stuff that we have welding procedures for that no one else uses.
Yes, okay.
And since then, I mean, they've got many contractors that are
Yeah,
on site,
yeah.
and there's kind of small scopes sort of all over the place. And we, since being on site, we're finishing our original scope. They've had some challenges with equipment coming in, and so it's been you know, a little not difficult for us, but I think difficult on that end for. It's only 4 minutes from our shop, so it's pretty easy to come and go when needed. But we hope to be part of that going forward for sure, and we'll see where that goes for them.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Have you, is the majority of your work done in our traditional territory?
I would say, well, it's throughout the province, but I mean, our fabrication facility and our coating facility operate like 355 days out of the year. So that, of course, is in your traditional territory. There is some meter stations that are within your territory. I'm not exactly fully versed on how far north your territory extends, if it extends to Summit Lake or past Summit Lake, or if where that what border is, but we're in Summit Lake, Hickson, like all of those kind of areas. I know your territory certainly extends east. There's not as much in some of that territory, but I mean, we work in every day in Prince George. So certainly with that, the work at the refinery, we're pricing work for Chemtrade right now. And of course, any future Arbios work. Am I missing anything?
Old Mills.
Yes.
The city, the university.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, yes.
And have you guys had any other conversations with any other First Nations that surround or border us in terms of talking to them about, you know, partnerships, collaboration? and stuff?
We have a MOU with McLeod Lake Indian Band, and that's been very wonderful because we do quite a bit of work in the Pine Pass region and McLeod Lake area. Other than that, this is our second opportunity. I think we're gonna have an opportunity because we do quite a bit. Our bulk of our, like the majority of activities, I would say, would be from Chetwynd to Williams Lake. There is certainly work outside of that, but so one of our really valued subcontractors that we have a great relationship, and I know you're familiar with Norwest, is also a partner of the Williams Lake First Nations. And so he's made a recommendation. We're hoping to have an opportunity to present to them, because what we're really trying to ensure that we're building the relationships where we are really building the business and where we're spending the most of our time. And even the work that may be outside of these regions, it's usually because there's more than one location or something. But there are, mechanical contractors in Southern British Columbia that are doing some of the scopes of work we're doing, but we're really more central, the central interior. And we don't want to, it's not our goal to try and spread ourselves too thin. And we would prefer to really focus our energy, regionally within great relationships, so that we can ensure that we don't lose our quality and our value, because sometimes spreading yourself out too thin could be a risk of that. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's been a journey, and it's been an exciting one. And I think for me, the most exciting is the professional development that's happening within the company. And I think that's the best part. Like, we're all kind of learning together, we're growing together. I mean, we are all coming from different types of experience, but that's part of the fun, and it's kind of part of the challenge as well. And we work with some really great people and we've had the opportunity that they've allowed us to learn and grow with them as well. So I value that very much. Well, thank you.
So you're on your way to your third building? Is that what
I think our intention is to move it all into one roof. So as we sort of had minimizing our own risk, and we've created these buildings adjacent to each other, but it's reducing our efficiency.
Yeah.
And the opportunity with the SEP project is going to be a lot more 40-foot lengths and there's some bigger fabrication opportunities, and they're really looking for a fabricator locally versus coming from down south, which is where a lot of it was coming from with the TSRE project. And transportation costs and all of those things have gone, so sky high.
Yeah.
We have done a big bore fabrication for Enbridge. Now it's being able to, so we know we can do it. It's the being able to manage the quantity and efficiency. So what our intention is we're looking for a building space that we can put all of our operations into one, so that piece of from fabrication to coating, or the hydro bay to coating and out the door to install, can be done in a more of a linear manufacturing process, because the handling of big material can create a lot of inefficiencies. And so that's our goal.
And that'll include all your fleet as well?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're unfortunately I think we have 3 acres of yard space, but you rent another 3 acres elsewhere, and we could certainly use even more space. So, I mean, the great for Prince George area, the commercial space and industrial has really changed and evolved so quickly over the last few years. But we would just like to get everything together, and then I think we'll be more prepared for the opportunity, or else we will be reducing our own capacity, because you don't want to, again, try to say that you can do more. So we're recognizing that we know, through the team and the experience, and we have all the other parts. The facility is going to be the one thing that we could basically make that more challenging for us. Yeah. Well, thank you, everybody. I very much appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
To meet you.
It's nice to
I
meet you.
know you anyway. Yeah, I know. Our kids were friends with her kids in Blackburn. Interesting. As soon as you walked in, I was like, oh, it's you.
Oh, sorry, just a break. So
Yeah.
we stop for 10 minutes.
Break.
We'll be back.
Share break.
You mean not health.
really busy. I'm like, well, okay, just leave you alone. Not gonna say anything else.
Okay, we're back. 11:17. The next one we have on is economic development, Canadian dewatering. That would be with Alan. And we have the people here. I can go grab them.
The presentation is on a Google Doc, so just get that sent out. Huzzah! All right. Seats are over here. Hottest seats. Hottest seats? Yeah, please have some.
Morning.
Bring this over for you.
Welcome. We'll start with a round table. We have Barb doing our minutes and she's
Hi.
training and then
Wendy Jail Council.
Hi, Wendy.
Robert Gagnon, counselor.
Robert.
Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Calmax Trust Council.
welcome Chief Don Logan.
Don West Council.
Sean Farrell, Project Development Sales.
Gary Farmer, Branch Manager, local storage.
John?
Gary and
Gary.
Sean.
Gary and Sean.
Gary.
It's HAWN.
Okay. Gary.
So you have the floor.
We have the floor.
And just before you guys start,
Yeah.
you're on YouTube, so this is being broadcast as well. Too.
Oh, wonderful.
Very cool.
Well, I guess I would start out with saying that it's our privilege to be here this morning. This is the first time that we've presented in this forum.
Mhm.
And tell you a little bit about who we are as a company. We'll make this brief. This presentation was actually put together for our board of directors. We are a publicly owned company based out of Okotoks, Alberta. So if you could just go through the slides, Canadian Dewatering. Our introduction presentation, we're a fluid management company, anything to do with groundwater control. A little bit about our company history, the services we provide. We're pump rental contractors. So not only do we sell and rent pumps, but we support and install and operate the equipment regardless of what the situation is, whether it's emergency response protocol or it could be for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, creek bypasses, a lot in the oil and gas, but more locally and directed for our Prince George operation is for mining and also the infrastructure for the city, the pulp mills. I can remember going back when I first started with this company 22 years ago. There was no representation here, so it was all done on the Lower Mainland. But I spent a lot of time in the pulp mills in Canal, Prince George, all the way out to Remark, actually. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of the company history. The Mullen Group is the name of the group that owns Canadian Dewatering. They was started by one gentleman in 1948 with one truck, and then they purchased Canadian Dewatering in 2007. Pump rentals, commercial diving, which we've also worked for prevent provinces and the territories over the years. We do serve from the Ontario border west, including Vancouver Island. Pump rentals, which I've already mentioned. Commercial diving. Again, this presentation was put together primarily for our budget year-end budget for the board of directors.
So what does commercial diving services involve? Maybe-
So they'll do actual recovery down the lower mainland. They've actually done river recoveries from bodies, anything that has to do with pulp mills and all that kind of stuff. So getting into the tanks, doing any type of repairs or anything else like that. Anything that has to do with that kind of stuff, installing pumps, on barges and then all that kind of stuff. But that's mostly pertained to like Calgary and the lower mainland areas. We haven't done too much up in this area, but we're always looking to get into it.
We were involved in a project up at Phillips Lake for Mount Milligan.
Okay.
That's our team that's trained for being on and in the water. And we did some potable water inspections for tanks up in Mackenzie. So they kind of float around. We've got a group in Castlegar, but our main guys are in Calgary.
So you guys replace pipes and that from underwater or?
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do a lot for BC Hydro
Mhm.
with the intakes. They get clogged up. Williston Lake, for example, the screens, if they get damaged or
Yeah.
compromised, they'll go under, and they can't, if they can't mechanically do it from the surface, which is optimal. But if they need to go in the water, our guys will go in and do underwater cutting, underwater welding, that sort of thing.
No, okay.
And you mentioned DFO. You guys did some work. What's the extent of your work with DFO?
It's
What?
pretty, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The DFO work's actually pretty vast. So since 2014, we've been up in the Prince George going all the way to, like, our territory is pretty much 100-mile all the way to Rupert to the Yukon and then all around. With DFO, we've dealt with projects from LNG, all around here, Quesnel and all that kind of stuff. So we're integrated with basically having to do the regulations of DFO. So fish screen protection, the amount that you have to have a diesel pump away from a river thing, and then the same thing with electrical stuff. So
So just more regulatory work and.
we have worked for DFO itself too, but majority it's regulatory.
What was a really cool project was Big Bar when they had the slide down at Boston Park.
Mhm.
It's pretty crazy what they come up with today, but essentially make a man-made fish ladder that was temporary. And we installed the pumps so that the fish could literally get around the slide and go up through this opening.
Mhm.
We weren't the prime contractors, but we were working for Peter Hewitt. And so that's another scope of work was Saskatchewan. They had an oil spill get into the river in the North Saskatchewan
Yeah.
around Prince Albert.
Mhm.
So literally they took the water from upstream and we pumped it around the contamination to their water treatment. So we're pumping.
It was about 23-kilometer pump. So we had to take from the South River, get to the water treatment plant. It was 13 12-inch pumps going through the whole city.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting thing. Like if we shut down, I think the timeline was if we shut down for more than 36 hours, the whole town lost water for that period until they could actually clean it up.
Mhm.
We were going through people's yards.
Oh, wow.
Like
Interesting.
just the quickest you could get them.
Just to get the water to.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing actually.
We do have portable and temporary barging. Where an application where you would use that is if, again, a lot of it's in mining. Tech Coal, they had their main water supply barge sink. And we just put in a temporary system until they got their infrastructure back up and running. Yeah. Dewatering, it's groundwater control. So like, that's really what's kept us busy with the pipeline for the last few years. They did a directional drill under the Stewart out of Vanderhoof, and then where they have to do their tie-ins, they're way below the water table. So we'll go in and put in a series of well points. It's temporary. It drops the water for just while they're doing their construction.
Mhm.
Where you would have seen it here would have been the sinkhole.
Yeah,
at Winnipeg and Kearney.
yeah.
The pool,
The swimming pool,
new parking,
the keg,
the keg,
arcade,
uh,
and for the Marriott Hotel.
Right, yeah, I remember the Marriott one, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool. And all that water and all that, yeah.
So,
yeah, so if you don't know, like dewatering itself is basically putting 2-inch PVC into the ground. They're about
Mhm.
25 feet. So the first 20 feet is just solid PVC. The next 5 feet is perforated screen. So it'll draw down the groundwater to wherever you're actually doing the excavation that you need to. And then you can do step down. So if you're doing 30 to 40 feet, it would actually bench it down and you would do the exact same thing.
Interesting. So that's where those big towers and those big tanks come in, right?
Yeah.
Then you pump that into there.
well,
Well, not into there, but that's where the extra stuff goes? Or is
Yes.
that how that worked?
so if it's a contaminated site,
Mhm.
then obviously you've got to put in the filtration and sediment control.
Mhm.
We did one in Prince Rupert, which was an old Petro-Canada
Mhm.
gas station, and it was still contaminated. The hydrocarbons and the amount of pollution that was in the ground. I mean, some of those old gas stations have got old steel tanks, which now it's all fiberglass. It's just a different world, but they've been there a long time. So in those situations, we would dewater it, but also we would take care of the sediment and filtration control. You know,
And it's not just hydrocarbons, like we deal with in the lower mainland a lot, would be all kind of environmental aspects. If oil gets into the water, hydrocarbons, you're looking at any type of thing with that, especially in the lower mainland because of the DFO and around here with the Machaco and all that. That's pretty much what we do with that. And that would be our sediment control department.
so on this slide, the one on the left, I know it's hard to see it, but on the left picture, that's the North Saskatchewan, and that's just a helicopter view of where we were trying to run water. The middle and the right slide was when they had all that flooding in High River, Alberta. So the picture in the middle is a bunch of barges that we put together with diesel pumps, and then out in the middle, because it was so tapered, you wanted to get to the deepest area. So we put a bunch of flexi float barges together. The other one that was by the Saulteau in Calgary. Emergency response. The other thing is, especially with the threat that not just our community here, all of Western Canada probably and beyond, with how dry the weathers are, it's very hard to predict. So emergency response, we do carry a large inventory of large water cannons, pumps, and not only that, but we would have the expertise to be able to assist wherever it's needed. We have dry rented the equipment before the Fort Mac fires. We were up there, and so I think that's if that's one area of our company that I'm probably most proud of, is how quickly we can respond when we're called upon. You know, I mean, to be quite frank with you, if you want to rent a pump, you can just go rent a pump, right? You know, but when you can say you've been in business since 72 and that you're still caring about the people and the environment, you know. And again, it's about our people. I said this is the first time we presented in this format. When we've been doing some project work, it's been a vision of our president and vice president to get more of a get the nations more involved, especially on the manpower side. We do a lot of work in the mines, and Aboriginal peoples in those areas, we try to work with them, and in some cases hire them. It's all about connections, and we're just looking to try and explore how we can be more visible in the community and give back, really. And just Q&A, which you guys have asked a few questions.
How long you guys been in Prince George for now?
2014. Sorry, 2014. It's been since Canadian Dewatering's opened itself back in the day. They've dealt with up here, but we've never had a branch. When Gary started the branch around that time, it actually started out at the backyard, and we were never supposed to be the way that we are right now. It's always going to be a satellite branch, and then it just worked out that we had the right people, the right crews. It ended up being kind of like a family-run department, and we've taken way more than I think we ever thought we were going to, and it's worked out fairly well.
Where are you located?
We're up in the heart.
In the Heart Highway?
Yeah, just by the old racetrack gas where geotech drilling is in Twin Rivers, just across, just across the street.
Yeah.
What's your guys' workforce? Like how big is your contingent?
We've got probably like that's
Western Canada would be the answer to that.
yeah, we've got probably 160 people over 8 branches. Lower Mainland's got 21 people. Edmonton's got 31. Now that's including all of our administration. So
that also kind of falls down with like the emergency response stuff for the fires, the flooding, and everything else. If one branch is slow, then we just take those guys and then put them to us, and it's vice versa on all the branches that we have. And then we try to share manpower along with everything else. So.
I got 2 guys working in Northern Ontario right now from here because we're kind of quiet. You know, the great exodus after all the contractors have left. I feel like we're working in a bit of a vacuum right now.
And I'm assuming that, like you just said, most of your work is most likely seasonal. Mostly focused on spring and the summer, I would imagine.
Weirdly enough, water doesn't stop running all year round, depending on where you are. So like our mining is 12 months a year. When it comes to stuff in amongst like Prince George, Prince Rupert, and you're looking at that, then it does come a little bit seasonal. But there is stuff that happens all year round.
Like that pump down on First Avenue that the city puts in and takes out.
The one over here where they monitor it for 3 months.
Yeah,
Hire a guy to watch it.
All the mill shutdowns around. So Northwood, Paul, Intercon before that happened. We still do quite. Yeah,
You guys do sound effects too?
yeah, we do their fire suppression every time we do a shutdown.
Interesting.
We'd go down for them. We actually go down, install everything, make sure it's hunky dory, and then
Yeah.
kind of show their guys what to do. Because we also do training with all of our customers.
What about the new plants that's coming around? Are you guys going to be involved in those too as well?
I hope so.
For the dewatering part of it?
I hope so. Nothing. I haven't really seen too much with that one, but we're always willing to.
Our sole purpose for coming here really was mining. We supported it.
Oh, okay.
But the fellow that started the company, it's funny. I mean, he's 87 now, and he sold the company when he was in his late 60s. And when we would work out of the Lower Mainland and come up and work, and everybody kind of had a Smitty story. You'd go to Kitimat and some guy come up to you, you work for Canadian Dewatering. You know, we helped him out with a barge, you know, at a fishing resort for temporary power. And I think that it's just, it's kind of cool to see, but we knew that we could not keep market share and be relevant if we didn't come here, right? Like Sean said, I don't talk pumps with my wife. She says she knows everything there is to know about pumps. Over the last 20 years, doesn't want to hear about them anymore. So I get to share with you guys. So you think about pumps. But yeah, interestingly enough, locally we have 12 people here, and we share them. So if I can, you know, I'll try and put them with another branch.
So what's your relationship like with other First Nations? Do you have any other MOUs or anything like that with other?
We've got a JV with Simpcw, and like I said from the get-go, we're trying to put more of this in our toolbox and get more of these partnerships where we can be more involved with Aboriginal peoples throughout the province, really.
Mhm.
You mentioned pumps and firefighting.
Fire suppression.
Is it fire suppression or is it like, okay, so it's not like forest fire?
Yes, he's right in the sense, like pulp mills, we supply pumps when they do a shutdown.
Mhm.
When they shut down, they shut down. So they need some kind of a contingency backup system. And that's usually diesel driven because you can't count on electricity. But on the forest fire side in Fort Mac, when there were areas that were under threat but weren't on fire. So let's say Northwood had something on the northeast side of the mill.
Mhm.
We could go in, put up a pile of water cannons and just start soaking everything.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean.
You know, or if they're building a fire guard and providing we're not, 50 kilometers away from a water source, we would do our best to be able to bring the water close to the fire break and then just soak everything down. Right? At least give us a better chance of being able to contain it or hold a line, if you will.
So you guys are a publicly traded company as well?
Yeah. It's called the Mullen Group.
Mullen?
Mullen Group.
Mullen?
All of the information is public, obviously, and another company that we own that you know would be Bandstra Transportation.
Bandstra.
Oh.
Yeah, they just acquired Vanstra last year, I believe it was.
Interesting.
They,
And Mullen Trucking also in Prince George itself. too.
I think we're the largest Canadian-owned trucking corporation
Mhm.
in Western Canada. They own Clyson Gardewine out of Winnipeg. I think they got 1,600 power units. So, I mean, and again, the CEO and Chief Executive Officer is Murray Mullen. That would be Roland Mullen, the founder's son. I think they do right around 1.8 billion a year. The last time I checked, and they've got about 7,000 employees, of which I am one.
0, 0, 0.
Yeah, where I'm fit in the food chain, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Yes,
We do.
we've actually got the largest fleet in Western Canada when it comes to any type of diesel pump itself.
We also do have electric. And more people, obviously, for the carbon footprint, are trying. So the stuff that we're selling now, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but they tiered diesel engines. So early engines would, well, let's go before tiers, okay? All pollution coming out of the stack, right? And tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. And right now, if you wanted to buy a pump off of me, I couldn't sell you a pump unless it was a tier 4 engine. So, and we do have some tier 3s in our fleet, but they try and keep this stuff relatively new. Number one, longevity, and they're more reliable.
And then just the emissions control.
Emissions. They can't run some stuff in the Lower Mainland. You have to pay if they want to run like a tier 2 pump down there. I think they charge us something like $800 or $900 a month if we're running that pump, let's say, for a month. And that's fair enough. I mean, that's the way the world's going.
How much dewatering do you do for like Enbridge or CGL or?
Well, I go back with Enbridge to when it was West Coast Energy, and then it became Spectra, and now Enbridge.
And then
Yeah, where we used to work direct for them.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you gotta go through companies like Dunn Hebert, which are all a bunch of West Coast Energy retired guys that started a company that are doing all of the work for them. So to answer your question, Alan, yeah, we've done a lot of work with Enbridge over the years,
And CGL.
Coastal Gas Link, and on the expansion, we were in Valemont for 3 years, running the corridor between basically out as far as Jasper, which runs into Lake Tenate's territory and then south. We couldn't do it all. We were approached by Bannister, and three of them, right? SA Energy, Bannister, and LNS, which is Ledcor, Souris Murphy. And we made a commitment to them. So we were able to take care of one of the clients, and we were there for about 3 years. And now it's finished. And then before that, we were out in Vanderhoof, but we didn't do the CGL dewatering going west. We tied up all of our resources, but everybody in Canada was in the same boat. I mean, they had dewatering companies from Saskatchewan working out here because no one company could meet the demand. I mean, and frankly, LNS was the first one to the table with the purchase order. So
Before all that, CGL and all those guys we've worked with from Houston all the way to Rupert kind of stuff, did a lot of stuff in tariffs before the pipeline and all that kind of stuff came through. So it's been years working with all of them.
Is that big camp in Terrace where you guys were doing the dewatering in there? It's just right down, it's down the hill and then you go into that big camp. You had like 5,000 men in there?
Not that one.
No.
We did a couple pipelines things for the CGL, and I think it was 6 or 7 years ago. I've been with Dewatering almost 9 years, so it was the first 2 or 3, I believe, when we went up there for that. And then we went in and personally helped LNG design some of the water management program that was on the docks for a company.
Oh, yeah, okay, on the docks, not the other side.
On both of them, actually.
Both of
So
them?
when they first started construction for the first 3 to 4 years, I think I put 68,000 kilometers on my truck at that point. Oh, yeah. My girlfriend at the time. But we helped them design all the dewatering projects for that kind of stuff until they kind of pushed off and they were ready to go back on their own. And we've also done the same thing in pretty much the mining industry. So like Bruce Jack Mine, when they were just a rock in the ground, we went up and we helped design, train, and then left them with all the dewatering that they needed to. And then pretty much trained everyone else that they could. And then we kind of walked away from that and started the next one.
But Enbridge, all their infrastructure for their integrity digs on the maintenance side, we've been involved a lot. And back before Trans Mountain Pipeline was Trans Mountain Pipeline, we did a lot on the Highway 5 corridor, all the way from Kamloops right up to Valemont for Kinder Morgan. And back in those days, we'd go direct. And it's just, there's so many contractors and levels of protection, really. Right.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for clean dewatering is pretty much the experience that we have with when it comes to emergency, when it comes to pumping, when it comes to DFO, the regulations and the crews that we have, the amount of experience that everyone has. You can just pick up a phone if you don't know one thing, you will get an answer within 5 to 10 minutes. And the other thing with us is we roll by, our phones are on 24 hours a day. So if there is something happening at 2 or 3 in the morning, you will guarantee to have somebody answer their phone and say, okay, let's get this on the go. And we've done that since I've ever been there.
On the service side, I mean, service, low prices get you customers, service keeps customers.
Yes.
Right. And, we're not the cheapest in town for sure.
We're also not the most expensive.
No, we aren't. But I'm a talker, so I'm trying to balance out. Okay, you know what?
Someone else say something.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with silence.
So did they get called out a lot of fires that have been happening around, wildfires, like in the rivers? And
I'm a very honest person, not as much as we would have liked. There was a fellow that came into Fort St. John that was out of Fort Mac. I'll let his record speak for himself, but he got a lot of the work. And it was through connections. That he had. It's not that we didn't get any calls, but we were certainly not the first call. Now that gentleman's no longer around, and yeah, I would think that we would probably get more action now. Yeah, I mean,
It's a fickle world. People have connections in between different type of things. It's kind of
Yeah,
exactly. Especially with our business because it's such a niche market. There's only a handful of companies that have experience, have the pumps, know exactly kind of what they're doing. And then it gets into that realm where it's if I know you, you're going to call me first before you know that guy's local. Even if you're getting it out of Edmonton or you're getting it out of Surrey or you're getting it out of crap. I've seen pumps come all the way from Calgary when we've got everything sitting right here, but it's that guy. So
there's going to be a massive market correction. There will be.
Even that company out of Manitoba is trying to come all the way down this
Well,
way.
you know those Manitoba.
Yes.
I are one actually.
Manitoba.
Stay in your league, Eric. Stay in your league.
So Adam and be done because I'm worried about this year's fire season.
Everybody is.
It's because their snowpack is so low.
We haven't got a quarter of what we actually need. I was out hunting right before late season was over, and we were going through the backwoods, and it was so dry. Like there was no point of even going hunting because there was no snow out there. But you get up on the ridges and you're looking out, and there's not a bit of white, and all you look at is just a matchstick waiting for the first lightning strike. It's scary right now. And it's been, I think that's the same conversation that I've had with about 7 or 8 people lately.
I
So,
went up way up past Cunningham. No snow up there at all.
Yeah,
Like
it's
on the
crazy.
road and that there was snow, but the higher I got, the less snow there was. It was kind of freaky.
yeah,
You like to laugh, don't you?
Yeah?
You like to laugh, don't you?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
but yeah, when it comes to the fires, it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be a weird winter because the snowpack in the mountains and the less snowpack that we have here, where it's either going to be a really fast flood coming through and then it's gone. And then on top of that, you're going to have the fires. So it's a juggle right now.
But to redirect your question, if you make a phone call, we make it happen. Yes.
Nice. I'm gonna write that down. Right?
Be better if the province made the phone call.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. But I mean, realistically, I don't care if it's the neighbor next door. If they're in need, they need, right? So, yeah. In those situations, everybody makes money. But if that's your focus, you shouldn't be in business. Right. I mean, when it comes down to because I don't know.
When it comes to community and it comes to that, you still got to realize money's not the thing. It's your people and your business and everything to live in the community. So if you're not willing to help them and all you're looking for is that, you burn out pretty quick.
Plus, if there's no community, there's no
Right.
profit. Like how are you gonna live? Like, you know, so
Well,
you have to work
I
together.
mean,
Well, you can live, but I mean, like, you have to work together.
look at
So-
Lytton, look at Barry
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
When it comes through, and if we think that we're exempt, then we're not thinking right.
Look at them poor people in Lytton. They still don't have their homes back because
It's that.
nobody cared about them.
Yeah, in Fort Mac, you look at Hawaii, you look at everything, and then go up to University Hill and sit up there and look around. It's all forest.
Yeah.
Everything you're looking at can go up in like 2 seconds. If you
And
want.
that's scary. Like every year we're lucky, but one year we're not gonna be lucky.
Well, lucky's the word, right? So, from them just being prepared and knowing who to call at that point is the name of the game.
Mhm. So aside from what Canadian Dewatering does, help us to understand what you guys would require from a partnership perspective, like what I guess we want to be a part of what you need, I guess, right? From the community perspective, and I wouldn't have been able to make that statement. And a few years ago, I wouldn't have even wanted to come into this group, to be honest with you. But our top leadership, I don't know what's happened to him, but he's really had some kind of a change in his life where he's really open to try and give back. And that's not a sales pitch either. I'm speaking truthfully. What that looks like, what the requirements are. I think for me personally, as a manager, information is key. If there's an event, you know, if there's something that we can contribute and be a part of, I guess is that reasonable? Like, I've never been in one of these meetings before. Is that something that, as a group?
Well, I think, just in my opinion, coming today and talking with us, I mean, you had mentioned that this isn't about money, but realistically, it is kind of about money. And I get the whole thing about helping people and stuff like that, but when you look at the territorial boundaries of where we're at right now and who we are, it kind of comes down to that as a bigger part of it. And that's where Alan comes in to have those conversations with you guys about what it is that we're going to task him with, and getting to the bottom of what the real deal is here.
Or everything's going to be.
Yeah, when you're talking about partnerships, I mean, that's just my opinion. I know the rest of the council might see things differently, but just looking at it from a fiduciary standpoint, I think it's more of just, you know, we have to start navigating those waters. And it sounds like your boss or your president who owns the company has had a little bit of an epiphany, it sounds like, when it comes to working and reconciling with Indigenous peoples. I'm assuming that's.
Oh, yeah. He grew up in Fort Mac. His dad was the fire chief in Fort McMurray. And he came out to do my year-end review here a few weeks ago. And he apologizes, but when he had to switch the dates, he'd already had a previous commitment, or he would have been here.
And that's fair enough. And like I said, I think with and it's just from my own perspective, those conversations about partnerships can be more passed out with Alan and what he's going to do. That's only my opinion. I don't know about the rest of your opinions.
I was just going to actually ask if you guys maybe had discussion before this meeting and what had come out of that.
Very brief, and I think it was more like an introduction.
And then another thing that you had mentioned was that you guys have an MOU or an agreement with the Simpcw.
Yeah, we got a JV with Simpcw.
So, I mean, you may not even be able to answer it, but is it sort of like a revenue share?
It was, yes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, like, we want a partner. I don't know if it would be so much a joint venture, but just be a partner with pleasure to me. With Simpcw, to your point, money and politics got involved. Just being honest.
Yeah.
Right. And Bannister would have taken us without a joint venture. But we didn't know that on the front end. We knew that on the back end. So on the front end, we knew LNS wanted us to have a relationship with Simpcw. Well, we've been working with Simpcw without a partnership or a revenue share for years. Like I say, I remember when I started 22 years ago, we were working on that corridor. It wasn't Simpcw. We were working for Kinder Morgan. And it's evolved into now working with bands. And
it's a lot of economic reconciliation
sure,
too, right?
But in that circumstance, it was prearranged and Trans Mountain is the one setting. Okay, so Trans Mountain agreed to pay X percentage to Simp.
Yeah.
Right, on every contractor.
So just, sorry.
No.
Okay. So when you're dealing with like Trans Mountain at the time, let's just say you were, 100, like, let's just say you raise $100 an hour, just for a flat number. Trans Mountain says, well, we got a little bit extra that, if you can do it for, if you're partnered with or have an agreement with a nation, and you can do it for 106, 108 or whatever.
Right.
And then that relationship with Trans Mountain, what they're trying to do right by through you, where, you bill out 108 and then we would bill you 8, right? So that's sort of like that's how revenue share agreements work in general. Now, when you say joint venture usually means that Canadian Dewatering and Simpcw formed a brand new company. Is there a brand new company?
No, there is not.
No. Okay. So it's probably closer to a revenue share agreement.
Okay.
Where just for clarity.
Yeah, that's
because
fine.
Because a lot of people come and say, hey, we want to partner. And that means different things to different people.
Right, sure.
And what different, like I said, joint venture is like a marriage, right? A revenue share agreement is like dating. Let's put it that way. I think that's really the easiest analogy, right? If we're stuck together forever, like a joint venture, when someone totally goes like divorce level,
Right.
Revenue share is no one's at a loss, right? If we would win when you win, we would help you win, right? And that's the value we bring, right? And so that's where the revenue share portion comes from. It's advocacy. It's making sure you're the first phone call instead of Fort St. John guy,
Right.
Or what have you, right? Because companies come to us all the time. And that's why we asked about Enbridge. That's why we asked about CGL, right? They're like, who should we call? Who would you like us to work with? And we say Canadian Dewatering or XYZ or whatever, right? And so that makes that puts you at the top of the line, right? We have this huge territory. And so that's, we're talking about fires, right? There's a whole lot of space in there, right? And so that's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, if we need to get pumps out there somewhere to fight fire, or build a fire line, stuff like that. Like, we want to make sure that Canadian Dewatering gets that, right? And things like that. We can help arrange that. That's what we do. Right? That's the value we bring. And so you succeed, we succeed. And so that's, it's win-win for everyone. Right? So that's where we go. That's how we advocate and how we look at economic reconciliation. And the other thing is I get companies ask me all the time, and we never, and you mentioned it, we're not the cheapest, right? You're not the most expensive. We never go for the cheapest. Right? Like, we don't want the dollar store company, right? We also don't want the Louis Vuitton company, right? I'm sorry. You guys might be the Louis Vuitton of the pumps, which is great, but you're only charging Save on Foods prices. So I'm like, great value. But those kinds of things.
12 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I would recommend is that you meet with Alan, spend a good hour with Alan, and show you how it works.
So perfect.
Glad you came in. And good to know about the pumps, because it is, like we said, fire season's coming and it's a little bit scary coming.
And I just wanted to say thanks for the honesty, like you were saying a few times, that you're just being honest. That's the number one thing also, is the honesty and the respect. Yeah. But I thank you for that.
Thanks,
I don't think you want to lie about honesty.
So, yeah,
Wait, good point.
I'm more than willing to sit down and
Absolutely.
spell it all out.
Wonderful.
Get it sorted.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Appreciate it.
You too.
You as well. Thanks for your time, Alan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just going to go and I'll stop for lunch.
And a wrong way of doing things is the mark of a great leader.
And his sister Loretta, her and I look exactly alike.
It's 1 o'clock.
They're both passed.
Welcome back.
Because her dad is my biological grandpa.
Crazy.
Okay, we're ready to start. It's 1 o'clock, and the next presentation will be Barry Seymour for land, custom election, CCP project.
Any specific order?
No, you have the table.
I have the table.
You have the table.
What if I don't want the table?
You can have the chair.
There you go.
Okay. First thing that pops up. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thank you, council, for putting me on the agenda, or Tofik for putting me on the agenda and providing me with an hour and a half. I don't know how in depth you want me to get into some of the presentations, because it could be fairly in depth. And why I say that is this is the size of the CCP. Now, a lot of it is documents that we already have. But I've included them all in one package so that when someone comes in and wants to utilize all the information in one place. When we were going through stuff, information was, some was over here, some was over here. And fortunately, I was involved with the data storage of all the information. And so I got to learn, I got to dig around in all the documents. And so some of the documents here are a little older. For example, the 2010 CCP had an implementation plan. And so when I was going through it, that plan is still relevant today. So I kept it as part of the package. It's good for example, new employees come in, they can go through this stuff. Now, what's not in here is the zoning. So, and that should be done probably in the next 6 months. I know they're meeting right now consistently, and Ed Chapter has agreed to volunteer to assist us in finishing the zoning law. And there's 3 components to it: the zoning law, the policy procedures that go along with the zoning law, and the third part of it is environmental, the dirt cleanup, transportation of stuff like that. So it's quite comprehensive.
But can I interpret a little bit? So the time we allocated, so that is the best we could, like half an hour for each project. So G2G land selection, custom election code, and CCP project. So you can 10 minutes take out from G2G, add it with CCP.
Okay.
So for the CCP, I'm just the focus we need to give today for CCP project that I communicated with you previously, that we are in some deadline. We got some. Yes. So we got a ISK notification that if CCP is not submitted on time, they're gonna recapture the money, $68,000 that I communicated with you. So that CCP is like the most important part. So so we want a presentation of what is the status, what is the procedure to submit the CCP. Does it require council approval for the CCP? So CCP is like that one, and custom election code. So you did some membership, membership get together and get some feedback for custom election code. So I think like council would like to get a report that what is the membership feedback for each location. So what was the questionnaire and how is the feedback about the election code you got from them? So that is the custom election code. And G2G land election, land selection. So since you working on G2G land selection, so what are the progress, what the land you have selected already, what are the lands you are working for? So those are the core information I guess council would like to get the update today.
So in regards to the land selection, a half hour isn't gonna do it. It is probably one of the things I'm gonna recommend is probably a
Separate meeting, I would agree, separate.
1 or 2 day session.
Yeah.
It's significant. And one of the things that has to be clarified is that what does council want is the question. So, you know, I'm working with Al, and basically we have no instructions in regards to this is what we want, go get it. And so we've just been rudderless.
Yeah.
But there is a bunch of land in regards to, and there's a bunch of work that has been done. I was looking at, but I'll talk about that when I get to that. The CCP, I tried to download the document this morning via scanner and email, and it wouldn't do it. It's just too big. So it's been suggested that I go to one of the printer companies and get the printer company to download. And it's one document. We can break it up. There are pieces that are PDFs already, right? And we can try to download today because today is the deadline for this. What I would suggest is that if council has to accept it before we send it in, can they accept it in principle? Because they're just seeing it today.
It'd have to be.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can with that, you can submit it.
Yeah.
Right, so we don't miss the deadline. Because I'm sure it's just a check the box process for the department. Yes, we received. I don't know. Like, do they? I don't think they have to approve it. It's our document. Right?
Yeah, so
Yeah, so if we,
sorry.
well, yeah, so I agree, like if we just like, if the deadline's today, like Barry was saying, it's not a set thing. It's just that we've submitted what we have and then just keep moving forward from there.
So Barry, if you have the document in PDF format in your file, so could you please pull up so that council at least get a chance to review what you prepare, and then at least council knows that what they're approving in principle.
So the CCP is probably close to 300 pages. There's acknowledgements. The executive summary, declaration statement, project approach, demographics, leadership priorities, and that came out of the document from the strategic planning session Chief and Council had in Kamloops. So that document is part of this. One of the challenges that we've had internally is that the strategic plans from leadership to the staff or the administration were not consistent. The priorities, leadership had certain priorities, administration had certain priorities, the community had different priorities. So one of the things that is really important and for us to do is become consistent. So the annual General Assembly was membership's opportunity to provide input. And they did provide a lot of input. So that, you know, out of that, you know, we were looking at the benefits, and so describe how we went about informing the community. The question is, where are we now? Where do we want to go? How do we get there? It's primarily the approach we had with the so we had a session with the community, and they provided a lot of input. They provided 1,000 comments. So we had to group them comments into themes. And then so the community basically came up with 5 major themes. One of them was enhanced identity, that people were looking at not only who am I, but who are we as Clayton today? And one of the challenges we've had, and we've always had this challenge, is that you know, our language. There aren't many fluent speakers of our language left. Our cultural practices. I know that some of it we're attempting to get back in. Well, some of us have practiced all our lives, but there hasn't been a lot of it. We've had internally we've had challenges in regards to on reserve and off reserve. You know, as of the other day, our population was 807.
8.
Oh, it's 8 today.
Yeah, it's 8 today.
And that increased. So I looked at and here when I talked about demographics, I looked at. I can remember when our population was 111 in 1985, right? So since 1985, we've increased to 807. So what that averages out to is 5.5% growth rate in our community, which is significant considering the norm is what we're just up one, maybe. We have a lot of younger people. Our population, and we look at the last 30 years, 25 years, our on-reserve population has been pretty much the same, around 100. Meanwhile, our off-reserve population has increased by 700.
Yeah.
Right? And one thing that became very evident in the session that we had with the members is, and for that matter, the CEC is that the new members are curious, right? And probably rightfully so. I'm sure when you met your new brother that you were pretty curious, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, is he a band member? So one of the big things is enhanced identity. A lot of people wanted to restore unity. That was a big one. There was a lot of comments in regards to that. The identity develop and market our own brand, which we are doing these days, and I think that's pretty successful. Teach, learn traditional knowledge and skills. And there's some work being done in regards to that, but it went even, they wanted to learn about protocol and ceremonies and language and the potlatch system, hunting, fishing, things like knitting and sewing. We used to make our own clothes and that sort of thing. I can remember when I was younger. So there's a lot of interest in that. One of the other major themes in regards to where do we want to go is they wanted us to provide more services and programs. Now, for the most part, the service and programs are geared towards our on-reserve population. And that's simply because that's who our funder is. There is a bit more these days because we have agreements with some provincial agencies and we get a bit of money from the Mississauga Child Family Services to do some things, but the desire or the most prominent question is that well, if on reserve people get this service, I live off reserve, I want that service too. And it's legitimate, right? Like, so we have to develop when we're developing our programming and that, we have to take that into consideration. Another big thing was enhance elder quality of life. Right now, we have, I believe, I think 177, I think I'll have to take a look, but people that are 65 years old and older. So that's 22% of our population. We also have, and this is so ironic, about 22% of our population are younger than 20. So 40% of our population is young and old. And then the rest is in between. So the rest you can look at, that's your employable, right? 20 to 65. So that 60% of our population's in that age bracket. Housing was a big issue with everybody, and it should be. It's probably the single most challenge in people's lives. You know, when you want to improve the quality of life of people, their home is probably number one. Having a secure home that's safe, right? The second thing is being able to pay the bills and feed your family. So that spills over into the economics of our community and the jobs that we can generate through investments or relationship building with industry. Like Canfor, for example. There's no reason why our kids can't work at the pulp mill or the sawmill, right? I know jobs are tough, but they do hire people. Well, why aren't we a priority? What do you need for the skills required for jobs within your organization? The pulp mill, you require the engineering. What is it? Where it's steam? What do you call that? That kind of thing, huh? Yeah, something like that.
Mill rates.
No. Well, mill rates too. They need mill rates in the pulp mill. But even mill rates need the boiler maker. Every employee needs that level 1. And that's what, a 10-month course at CNC. The people my age, and there's a lot of us, baby boomers, are retiring. There's opportunity, right? We should be placing qualified personnel in organizations like that. Develop infrastructure was another big one, and that's on the reserve. Improve health and fitness. These are all the bigger ones, and there's sub issues that come out of that. And the improve access to addictions treatment and support. That was really important in our community. And, you know, my experience is that when an individual decides to stop drinking or drugging, you have to be prepared to address that at that time.
You can't go, oh, it'll take you 6 weeks to get into the detox. Well, 6 weeks later, that person is not interested anymore. So that's, you know, we have some opportunities in regards to some of the recent projects. You know, when we talk about the land selection part of it, you know, we have camp trapping, and Chief Foley has indicated in the past that she wanted that to be a detox center. Right? And not the 5-day detox center. That doesn't work. In order to get whatever the issue is, whether it's alcohol or heavy addiction to drugs, right? The time to detox is longer. So there can't be a hard rule of 5 days. Now, even if there is that hard rule of 5 days, you still have to be able to send them somewhere after the 5 days. You can't detox them and then put them back on the street and expect them to stay detoxed. You know, that just doesn't work anymore. Well, it never did.
And there's the new one too, the new addiction, the gambling addiction that's out there now. Like, you know, they're spending all their money on online stuff, and you know, they got no money for food or rent or anything anymore, and they're wanting more and more help. So that too is becoming huge. That I noticed in my clientele.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of challenges in regards to them sort of things. You know, even out of the health, some of the things that people put down as ideas, healthcare center, slaughterhouse and food storage, museum and gallery, fitness, youth center, maze sitting and garden, play center for kids, daycare for preschool, arts center, theater. You know, these are pretty good ideas for the most part. And then
It's in the works.
hey,
Some of them were in the works.
well, yeah, and I realize that.
Center of Excellence.
And I know to do some of these things, we require funding. But you need to have the plan in place because our resources are limited, both financially and from a human resource perspective. And in all honesty, I don't want to be too critical, but having the ability to even figure out, right? It's fine to say this is what we want, but you have to get there. So once you set the goal, you got to develop the plan to get there, and so hopefully we do a lot more planning. You know what they say, the old saying is you fail to plan, you plan to fail. You know, they're even continue towards self-governance. So people are fed up with the Indian Act, and rightfully so. They indicated that we should have our own constitution. I know when we we're developing the treaty we did develop, and I'm sorry to say the swear word, but but it did have a constitution. You know, there was a lot of work done in the treaty process that provides us with some tools that we can currently utilize for what we're doing today. Now, for self-government, we do have some things already. We have the land code. That's a form of self-government. We have property taxation. We look after our own taxes. What else do we? What's that certification we have, Tofik?
Financial management board.
Financial management board. That, you know, we have some very positive things already. Sure, we need more things like the custom election code, like a membership code, right? But I think we're in a position, or we could be in a position to apply for the self-government funding, just like West Bay, and work towards that. Cultivate self-sufficiency. People don't want to be dependent on others. Don't want to be dependent on the Indian Act. People want to own their own homes, on and off reserve. People want to own their own businesses. And sure, we got some that do, but we need to do more and promote more. And I think it goes back to the other thing, where improve the quality of life. That always has to be in the forefront. And one of the last things was pursue food sovereignty, especially these days. It's going to be ever more important in the future. Like I think our grocery bill has increased, doubled in the last couple of years from where it was a couple of years ago. So we need to develop a strategy. You know, it's easy to say pursue food sovereignty. Easier said than done. But in the land selection process, that's one of the things that has been a priority, is selecting lands that can assist in addressing that food sovereignty question. And we have, you know, IR number 2 has some of the best soil in the region and has for quite some time. It's been in hay production for quite some time now. I believe that we can do a lot more with that piece of property, especially when we have our main on-reserve community living right there.
How many years has it been just a hay field?
Since the late 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long time.
Cow pasture for a while. So, you know, there are components here that we have to, you know, prioritize and start working towards. And there's lots of different things. Like you see orchards on here. Well, what the heck? Orchards? From what I understand, with climate change, that in 50 to 100 years, Prince George climate's going to be like Kelowna's climate is today. So orchards maybe isn't that far-fetched.
He's already growing like pear
Berries.
trees and, you know, like those kind of trees up around in the heart and in College Heights.
Well, when they can grow corn, I'll believe it. Do you realize that they can grow corn up to Hickson
What?
and then Hickson beyond? Not so easy.
Hmm.
And that's because of the frost-free days. So as you can see, the community members have had a lot to say. So it was difficult, and I've included this, and we could remove it, but I thought it was important because our members are the ones that made these comments. And it's important that what they wrote down, they see, so that they know that we got the message. And, you know, and we included all the comments. We didn't, I think we took swear words out, but there wasn't too much of that. You know, and I don't know if everybody remembers the questions that were asked. There were 7 questions. What does government look like to you moving forward? And there's a mix of stuff in here. Rebuild hereditary governance and systems. Sure. There's quite a bit of stuff there. Potlatch. So what we did is there's our own constitution, transparency, openness, inclusiveness, inclusion with full membership, inclusion of those with LTN ancestry, and not necessarily membership alone. Bring band members together, and that's starting to happen. So there's 3.5 pages of comments to that question. You can what happened here? There's 2 number ones. What services should Clayton deliver to the membership? And because there was so much on reserve, off reserve mix there was a lot of different viewpoints in regards to this. And so that's how we brought forward some of the comments in that visual recording. But self-sufficiency was important, housing, infrastructure, You know, things like Big Brothers, Sisters and program. I don't know what decamps are. Anybody? The camps.
Oh, no.
See, we didn't take anything out.
Maybe some kind of camp, like outdoor camping or something like that.
To location security. So that you're not just going to be decamped from where you're set down. You can take out.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting.
I guess it does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Housing, affordable housing. They provide rent. How many times have you heard that, Wendy?
Yeah.
Housing for street people. How many? Do you know how many of our members live on the street
In Prince George, we do.
in Prince George?
But other communities, we have none. Yep.
Children and youth programs, traditional knowledge, unity and inclusion, elder care, and all aspects of healthcare and addictions treatment and support. So you can see how we built the visual recording based on the comments. Now, of course, we couldn't include all the comments, so we just grouped as much as we could. And vet bills and pet insurance care.
Yeah, well, they're expensive too.
The third question is how should we enhance? How should Clayton enhance our identity? And this is where we're getting into the restoring unity, genealogy and history, teaching and learning culture, and that there was quite a few comments in that section. Branding, marketing, infrastructure, programming, services, business development. Fourth question is, how can Clayton improve your quality of life? And someone thanked you for their scooter. I want a scooter too. Self-sufficiency. Right, there's quite a few comments in regards to that. Better negotiators. Housing infrastructure again. What's this? Addictions and treatment and support. Communication, information. We asked, what is your greatest need today? Housing, 2 bathrooms. That's always really important, especially if you got girls in the house.
Put your stuff away.
More red housing. Take your hair out of the claw. Land ownership and long-term lease to help with housing. Land back, reclaiming spaces in and around PG. Employment. The 5 refers to that. It was written down 5 times. Keep jobs in-house. Find more work so I can stay home with my family at night. So obviously they're working down. Sure. So you can see there's some themes here in regards to what people are saying. Culture, education, identity keeps on popping up in the different questions. Unity. Elders jackets for all elders. Where's my jacket?
I don't have one either.
What should Clayton do in regards to food security? Right? Be leaders in growing our food. You know, we live along the riverbed. That's true. Family greenhouse program. You know, even though I grew up, we had gardens. We learned how to garden. That has stopped, right? Having your own garden. Like gardening is not easy. It takes work. But we need to start putting that in people's minds, and those that can should. I know I've tried. I don't have a green thumb. But then we should be able to.
And then you got to keep them interested too, though, because we did try gardening stuff over the years, and they're all gun ho in the beginning, but then it tapers off, and all of a sudden it's gone because nobody's interested no more. So we got to figure out a way to keep them interested in it.
I've been doing a lot of research in regards to agriculture, and not only the mom and pa approach to things. I'm been looking at the big industrial with the big equipment and growing hundreds of acres of product and that sort of thing, and that's what they do now. One of the biggest things in that approach is storage or marketing, right?
Who's that guy that's on the heart there? He sells his potatoes and stuff to all this, like Save-On and places like that. Is that what he does? I heard that's what he does. You know, when you're driving, you're going up to the on the Heart Highway and you're going to the north side, just on both sides.
Northwood Road.
There's that gardening place on both sides.
Yeah, Myotovics.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a she.
Oh.
The old
okay.
The old grandma still.
Oh wow.
Is doing.
And I see her out. Well, them out there every spring doing that thing, right?
And you'll notice that the people that are working there are for the most part, old people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if they talk about food distribution, hunting and gathering. I know a lot of our members, and it's increasing every year, is hunting and fishing. Now, unfortunately, we haven't had much opportunity in our own territory to fish salmon. But maybe someday we will. But if that's being the case, one of the things that we should be talking about is the freshwater species. We've got lots of lakes. There's a lot of other fish in the streams, you know. And I know some of them discussions are occurring. Okay, so that's the. What are you willing to contribute to the future of Clayton today? This question here was, you know, the reason we ask this is people always want something, right? Well, let's make this a two-way street. What are you willing to provide? So, you know, some of the comments have been really good. I think this is probably one of the most answered questions, actually.
Yeah.
So that to me says that they were willing to do something also. So the second part of this was we had a session with a 2-day session with staff. And we needed to determine where are we now. The community has indicated where they want to go. Well, we have to determine where we're at in order to develop a plan to where we want to go. And so over the 2-day session, so some of the questions that were asked, as you can tell, the community vision is in the background, but some opportunities that the Clayton staff at that time see on the horizon. Now, this session, I don't think the staff turnover, or it doesn't matter who's working here. This is a pretty good assessment of where we're at, and we went through several different exercises over a 2-day period, and I didn't include it all in here because there was just too much stuff. So we identified the important comments. Hire a proposal writer, for example. Develop a GIS system. Create virtual hub to share knowledge and experiences between BC First Nations. Purchase more land. Create youth and elder mentorships. Form an education team for after school support. Joint ventures. Start enterprises. House manufacturing plant. Wildlife farming. fish hatcheries, agriculture, mining, cultural tourism, conduct a family lineage study, form a youth council. I think that's happened, eh, Johnny?
No.
No? Well, there's been youth councils in the past, and improve quality of care in the hospitals and primary care. How do you go about doing that? The public system isn't doing us any favors.
Yeah, I think a couple of us sit at different tables with different groups to try put input. Like I said, that'd be.
Yeah, we're just a small voice in the bigger wheel. But there's always private. We could develop private and say, heck with the public system. Anyways, I'm getting off track here. What's in the way of realizing our community vision that we need to address? So some of the answers were the Indian Act and policies that don't serve our interests, existing governance model. LTN members are not represented in provincial or federal governments. Fragmented culture, identity, and community. Negativity. Divisive concepts created by government terms, i.e. on reserve, off reserve. Federal and provincial jurisdiction over lands and natural resources, etc., 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 right? And then we're looking at what's already underway that we can build upon. We have some self-government. We have some education, some business, housing and infrastructure, some cultural and identity, some health, some land. So we're not totally starting from ground zero here. There are things that are positive. There are things in the works, which some of them got captured. So in the now one of the things that okay, how do I get out of this? Oops, wasn't that way. Okay. Is my half hour up?
25 minutes.
2:02.
Oh, as you can, and this is sideways. Because that's we had to photocopy them. We can see it's the agenda. Yeah, for the sessions. And these were comments from the community that the staff looked at and we put on to the other documents. What's in the way exercise. A what if exercise in regards to certain developments, we split it up into groups, and this was developing a news story, and agriculture was one of them, wildlife farming, housing, manufacturing. And then there's the inclusion of the strategic plan, which you guys did. We have to turn our heads sideways. So, you know, there's a lot of documents in here. That's the extent of this. So the other thing is when we are able to put this on the website where the members can go in and look at it, or developers or whatever, it becomes useful in regards with staff can look at it. There still needs to be an exercise of where we make what the community vision is and the priorities and where they want the leadership to work towards. There was and then leadership develops their priorities in regards to that. And by reading the strategic direction document, it is fairly consistent. Now, and that's good. Dan worked with council. I had shared the information of the CCP with Dan prior to the session, so he could prepare and make sure that there was a semblance of consistency between what the members want and leadership. So it looks like you guys were successful in doing that. Now all that we got to do, Tofik, is the staffing strategic plan is not quite consistent with the leadership strategic plan. But with saying that, the staffing strategic plan is dated, so we could bring that up to speed and make it consistent. So that's it for the CCP. I could probably talk the whole session on that. Which one do you want to listen to?
So for the CCP one, like since we have a deadline today, so could I tell? I can tell Adam to help you to put together the files together, because the ISK report, there is a template for the ISK reporting. So Jawad needs to fill up the template and then attach the CCP with the report.
Okay.
So can I tell Adam to help you put together the file?
Who's that?
Adam.
Okay.
IT manager.
After this session?
After this session.
Okay.
After this session, Adam can help you to put together the file, and then the file will go to Jawad. Jawad will prepare the report to submit.
Okay. So we only got like 25 minutes left, so we'll go to custom election and we'll book a date to do the lens, the G to G.
The GD is quite short. I can probably do both.
Within 25 minutes, Barry can do 2 in 25 minutes.
What do I get if I do?
Handshake and a smile.
Well, I got till 2:30, right?
Yeah. Starting now.
Okay. Okay, so there is it. Okay. Ah. Organized for this one. So, other community meetings, November 3rd and 4th in Prince George at the House of Ancestors. 24 people attended. And I'll go through the process of each of the meetings. Then Vancouver on November 18th, Victoria on November 19th, 10 people in Vancouver, only one person in Victoria. Prince Rupert, there was 8 people. Kelowna, 1 person. Kamloops, 4 people. Edmonton, 4 people. So attendance wasn't that great. But with saying that, the people that wanted to be there were there and contributed. In Prince George, the Prince George was a very good session. And so we went into an overview of the process and did a roadmap in regards to what we wanted to do in the sessions and what the end result is going to be. So the process, the goals, then in the sessions itself, the questions were, and we had 16 questions. What is in the custom election code? Term length, council size, candidates residency, candidates criminal record check, candidates or employees, candidates knowledge of traditional knowledge and culture, candidate financial disclosure, candidate age, electoral officer impartiality, residency requirements of electors, non-residency voting procedures, nomination procedures, accepting, rejecting a nomination, process of launching of an appeal, who hears and decides the appeal, and vacancies. These were the major components that has to be in the code. So each of the sessions, and we had get the picture, attend 2 of the sessions, the one in Prince George and the one in Victoria. So we've got visual recordings of those 2 sessions. This was the agenda that we utilized in all the meetings. These are some of the comments that were made in regards to the answers in relation to the questions. Term length. There was a lot of variety in regards to people wanting different term lengths. The consistent thing is throughout all the cities and in Prince George is 2-year terms is not acceptable. So it varied from 3 years to 6 years. It varied from staggered terms to continuous. So there was a lot of input in regards to terms. The council size, again, a lot of input. I think one of the things that really stuck out is council size should not be dictated by population. Once we get to a certain size, that should be the council size. no matter what the population is.
Mhm.
It just, but again, it determines on, there's a lot of different factors here. So Prince George probably had the most comments in regards to, and it was a very knowledgeable group. Robert, would you say it was a good discussion? I thought, and she captured it pretty good. I didn't even take notes, so. But there was a lot of things, and I've only got 20 minutes, so I got to talk faster. Community results, right across the board, criminal record checks. Yes, that was right. Candidates, candidates age, candidates who are LTM, like LTM employees. There was a lot of discussion, appeals, and then the other session that was informative. Even though Victoria only had one person, she was a lawyer, and she does CECs for other First Nations in BC. So it provided me an opportunity to have a discussion with her and ask her questions. And so this individual was Sonia Piggin. And I learned a lot in that session. There's a lot more to developing a custom election code than just copying someone's election code and pushing it through the community.
So that's where I have a question, Barry, is we got all this stuff and that's all fine and dandy and I get it. But what are we looking at in terms of timings here? Because we did talk about having this custom election code through a referendum and then in as part of our next election. Is this feasible? Like, I mean, when you're looking at timeframes right now, we're just over a year out. I mean, is it possible to have a referendum to implement, the majority of these ideas? Because I read LVNs recently because they just had their custom election stuff run through, and it's a long process. We're talking like a few years here, and I mean, it's not that I want to downplay any of this work that's been done, but we also have to understand too that we're under a time restraint here, and I don't. Just from talking to Sonia, she sent me that 112-page document. It's huge of what she helped do in the past. And like, you're right. So is this a feasible thing for our next election?
It can be done, but I would recommend against it myself personally. If council wants to implement a 4-year term, they can do that via BCR right now under the Indian Act. So, and that's one of the comments that Sonia said. On the interim, you can do that while you go through the process of developing a custom election code. And the community needs to be a part of that development.
That decision.
Right?
That decision of having a.
Well, yeah, also the development. If they're part of developing it, then their decision at the end of the day is in all likelihood going to be supported. Right? Because one of the challenges you have, and which we're going to have, is that our population has exploded.
Mhm.
And we have a lot of new members that don't understand So part of the process and even the sessions that I was part of, right, was educating people. The people that were curious came, but you needed to educate them to even have some semblance of understanding.
So if we're sitting at 808 people
Yeah.
as a population now, and what your voting population will be, what, maybe 50%? I'm thinking, I don't know what the numbers are, but how the percentage that we hit in these talks of meeting it face to face, I just don't think really encapsulates exactly what we're supposed to be getting at here, and which is the broader population of like maybe connecting with them through, I think we mentioned a monkey survey. I think we also mentioned Facebook, having information sessions online with the membership so that they can have a better understand. The people that we can't reach can now be reached. We have lots of members who live in the United States and all over the world too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, getting a hold of them and letting them understand or see what's going on. I mean, that's part of us being transparent as a governance thing, right? So they have a voice in it.
Yeah. So I developed a couple of options. I think option one is to complete the questionnaire distribution process and report the results. Based on the survey results, drafted a CEC. Chief and Council approves CEC and implement prior to election 2025, right? It's an option. Budget estimated at 20,000, but this is taking someone else's code and doing that. I think you increase the risk of it not being a positive vote then, if you go about it. But I did have to provide that option, right? The other one is complete the questionnaire and distribute process and report results. Based on the survey results, draft the CEC, engage the community to discuss the draft CEC. Budget estimated 100,000. A developed proposal to be submitted to ISC and other funders. CNC approves CNC approves CEC and implement prior to election 2025. And then the third option is to develop the BCR. If the 4-year term is one of the goals, then you guys can do that. And then establish an election code under the Indian Act that will extend to terms to 4 years prior to election 2025 and continue over a longer term, do a comprehensive community consultation process. So, and I didn't cost that out. It depends on how extensive you want the community consultation process to be. So until you decide what that is, it's hard to put numbers beside it.
Yeah, but well, even with that process, it's like you said that, and we all know this, is that we have that many band members now, and like they don't know, like you said, we have to reintroduce everything again and have more than one community meetings to get everybody up to par again to this date. It's bad enough when we had the treaty meetings. Even then, they started out really small, but then they got huge.
And because we were paying our
yeah, after that, yeah. But still, like I'm just saying, like even now, like when we have our AGAs, a lot of people say they're going to be here and they don't show up.
Yeah. So Robert, in regards to your population, so based on the 5.5% increase in the past, I used 5.5 for an increase in the next 20 years, right? So in 2024, our population is 807. This is what I knew the day I did this. 5 years from now, our population is going to be 1,050 5 years. 10 years from now, our population is going to be 1,374. 15 years from now, our population is going to be 1,797. 20 years from now, our population is going to be 2,350. So now, that's just based on what's happened up to this
Yeah.
point.
Mhm.
I think that the Bill C-31 thing will run its course probably within 10 years, right? But plan for 20, plan for more, right? This isn't considering the death rate, right? Over the last 10 years, really, our death rate is quite small.
Mhm.
But that's going to increase because we're getting older. So over the next 20 years, I'll be, if God willing, I make it that far, 85 years old. So that's the boomer generation will run its course because I'm at the end of the boomer. So it's my answering here.
No, we're talking about like election having going into a 4-year thing with, I mean, obviously this is more of a, because you're basically saying that we shouldn't go any further. Like, it's not feasible to do it. You would not recommend that we go through with it. However, if we put it to the membership that we do a 4-year term, and then in that 4 years, we figure out the rest of our custom election code, then we should be able to have a better idea of planning 10, 15, 20 years into the future with against our mortality rates and our birth rates and all that other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, there's 3 options on the table here for this. It doesn't have to be decided. I mean, obviously not right now, but I mean, it's something that membership has asked me about. What are we doing with the custom election code? Are we doing anything with this? So this is kind of where our minds, I mean, as somebody who's on council, has to think about what's going to happen in 2025. How are we going to approach this? What are we going to do with it? So that's just something that we'll probably have to discuss as a council.
Yeah, well, it'd be up to the community. So we're gonna ask Barry to present at the AGM on May 19th. And then we can ask the membership then, what do they want?
But is this the membership in the room, Darlene, or are we talking about a referendum of the whole voting membership, eligible voting?
We're hoping they'll all be there.
Okay, but in
They
the
don't even know
event,
they'll come now.
to be fair, so that everybody can answer the question, whether they want us in for 4 years and we work on it, or whatever our plan is going to be, right? That's just in fairness to the whole membership voting. That's what I'm saying. Whoever's in the room that day, what if there's only 50 people in the room? Then what?
Referendum is typically, is it not the 50 plus 1 of who's
In the
there?
room.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
No,
No?
The membership
I thought
period.
it was
50% plus one of the voting
Of the
membership.
eligible membership voting age is what it is.
Yeah, and then of that, 50.1 or 50% plus 1 has to vote yes.
Mm.
So here's an idea. I drafted the questionnaire that we'd send out or post or whatever, and what length of term should the chief be? What length of term should the councillors be? Should there be staggered terms for councillors? How many council members should be there, or should there be, including the chief? Should there be designated seats on council for an elder and youth? Should there be a requirement to live on reserve to be a council member? Does a council member have to live in Clay territory to be elected on council? Is virtual and electronic meeting attendance acceptable? Does a potential candidate have to complete a criminal record check prior to the election? Should a candidate be reimbursed for the cost of a criminal record check? Can a potential candidate that has been convicted of an indictable offense and not been pardoned run for office? Should a potential candidate submit a vulnerable sector check? Can a member be on council or lands advisory committee member and be an employee of the nation at the same time? Do chief and council members be a director on the nation's business entities? Should clearly language and traditional knowledge be prerequisite to run for office? Should successful candidates take Cleatly 101 course that includes history, traditional knowledge, and traditional practices?
He's running out of time. It's 2:30. So ask your question. Barry. Barry, good job.
So this is the final survey that you want the members to?
No, this is just draft.
Okay, because I was thinking because no point on risking that we're not going to have all the membership at the AGM and mailing out this. It works because there's going to be no time frame that we need it done by. And then we can get majority or everybody's responses that way instead of hoping that we can get them all in the same room.
Monkey survey too.
Yeah, if we can do it either mailed or digitally. Be a little hard for elders that don't have the technology, but mail out would work. And then just send it back and we.
Well, there's certainly several methods that you can utilize. One is electronic, and I think we could probably hit over half of our people electronically, whether it be the website, like where do you place the monkey survey? On our website? Facebook,
email.
I'm just sharing on experience. So when we did our strategic plan, like for 2020, 2025 strategic plan, we prepared it from membership, opinion. So that time we posted in our website. We put the survey monkey on the website with some questionnaire, and in order to encourage the membership, so we posted something that said $20 gift card or something like that. It was there. So we got I believe 130 membership respond during that time. We developed the strategic plan. That strategic plan was a part of the FMB certification.
Okay.
So
Just sharing past experience.
Yep. So for just like the AGM, hopefully we can get everybody to come in. But if not, and we put this to the members, we need 400 members in the room, voting members, and we'll need 201 to say yay or nay.
Okay.
Well, it's just like when we did, remember when we did like back in the day when we did that planning for the like the lots and stuff on the north side, and then we put out notices and that we put out notices, and people that showed up is that's how it was, and we just kept going, plunking it forward and did the best we could with who was there.
Okay, this 2:30.
So next steps in regards to the questionnaire, if we want to do that, like what's next steps for regards to
The questionnaire with CCP or the custom elections.
Yeah.
I would finish your draft, and
well, this is just me putting if
Yeah, 33 questions isn't you're gonna lose the attention of the people immediately.
first
So
10.
if you're just asking one question, and the one question would be, do you agree to a 4-year term of the chief and council in the next elections? That would run from 2025 to what, 2028, right? So that would be is that what we're asking? That's the question we're asking of the membership, the voting membership? Is that
We could do that one and just.
all of that stuff?
No, this is for the custom election, like.
The whole thing?
Yeah, this question has got to be asked to members, but it could be mailed out in advance of the.
Well, there are two separate things here.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
the
that
one,
was-
the 4-year term,
That's-
and two, the bigger picture,
Right.
right? Because there's, people were talking about family represented governance structure. There's a lot to determine. Yeah.
Right, and what we just looked at is a lot of pictures and there's a lot to take in there. So if you're talking about 50% plus one, you want to be able for that voting membership to be able to take all that in. How many people do you have in person this go around? 70? Which doesn't even scratch the surface of the eligible voters.
Yeah.
So you got to get all that information out there so they can take it in. Then they have to be able to vote on that after. It's not just I saw 50 pages of stuff and now I'm going to vote. I just don't think that that's reasonable for.
It's not fair.
It's not, definitely not.
That, I think the one question is, do they want to go under INAC to a 4-year term? I think just the one question, yes or no, and then we can take that from now plus the extra 4 years in the election to work on this custom election. Hopefully we can get that done and then work on our custom membership. Because they will go hand in hand, right?
It'd be good to get the results at least for the AGM. So then we can see it.
So I'm confused. So are we doing it where it's going to be for the 2025 election? We're asking that question for?
Yeah. In 2025, do you want to remain or to extend?
Well, you guys can do, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, but the membership should have a say in that. That is part of what they have said in your presentation.
Yeah.
Membership made it number one, that 4 years, that's what it is. So that's what we need to ask the membership as one separate question. To be able then to go, okay, you're gonna give us 4 years. Now we have to do something. Like we've been talking about this for the last, year now, and we haven't really, let's say really gotten anywhere, Barry, but we really haven't really gotten anywhere. We really need to get to the point where we're hitting the whole audience of our membership so they have an understanding of what this is, because a lot of them don't know because they haven't seen it. And that's just the reality of this right now. So, I mean, I'm not taking away from the work. It's great, but we just have to get to the point where everybody can see it.
Yeah, so I think the question would be the one question. Do you want to go to a 4-year term? And the next would be, you compile all your information. If you could, you probably already know.
So where do you do that at? Are you doing that at the EGM?
Yeah, if we can get the questionnaire out, or the one question out to members, and we get a response, and then we can ask them again at the AGM to say, this question was mailed out, we've got this many returned, to say yes, yay or nay. And if they say yes, I think council can sign a VCR. You can work with Sonia as a VCR, because I don't know how VCR should read like, but we could all sign it in front of community right then and there.
He's gonna
Yay or nay.
They can see it.
I also suggest just the digital version instead of mail out, so then,
The digital monkey.
because you'll get Adam's already nodding, because technology guy, it makes a lot more sense, because like you said, majority of members, still do mail outs for the people that don't have it, give them the option, but majority will do it via technology, because it's instant.
Well, yeah, especially with the phone.
Yeah, everybody gets on the phone now.
Right. I see all the kids stumbling all over stuff, walking around.
So this is a going that digital process. It is a easy process. How? So in Facebook, we're gonna give the link. We're gonna give the step how you do that. Click the link, put your membership, put your name, your membership number, and hit yes or no. That's all.
The website.
In the website, or like we can share the link.
We talked
You
about
know, Facebook we can share the link.
Workflow too, so they can just scan it to the.
So, okay, so that's two.
Now we're done. Sorry, our next one's coming in.
Well, I appreciate that.
Oh, we'll set up a date for,
Well, I think Al tomorrow is on the agenda. One of the things is the project. There's another project where we got funding to do stuff in regards to land selection.
okay,
So we got 55 grand, sent the budget, sent the work plan. It's been approved. I think you signed it, Dolly.
Yeah.
There's the work plan had work for December to be done, which was done. January, which really in doing these two other things, there was not a lot of time spent on it, but there was time. The one thing Tofik had sent me an email indicating that council stated at a previous meeting that I could not get paid until I met with council and got approvals. So that was over a month ago. So I haven't been paid. I haven't submitted an invoice, but I'm gonna tomorrow.
so we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we will be back with our next presentation.
Very,
Thank you very See, the hot seat's over there, so with that.
Anyone?
Is the Prince George Aviator System. Right. So we'll do a quick roundtable.
Barbara Allen, minute recorder and employment and training for Clayton.
Wendy Gill, counsel for Saley.
Dave, Robert Gbenga, Councillor.
Hi Dave, Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
And Councillor Seymour is here too. I don't know if Josh can hear us or not.
Oh, I was waiting for my turn. Joshua Seymour, Councillor.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me space today to squeeze in and have some time in front of you. I appreciate that. My name is Dave Gbenga. I'm the director of Prince George Activator Society. And more importantly, I'm learned this from dealing with my elders that I've worked with over the years to actually say who I am, and I'm not just the directors. I born and raised in Ladner, BC, and my parents are, my mom is deceased, but she was from Irish settlers, and my dad's from French settlers, and I moved here 30 years ago. I've been married for 31 years. I always say to the same woman, but that's kind of stupid to say. So I'm married to the same great person for 31 years. I have a 27-year-old daughter who lives in London, England, but she's in town right now. She's doing a play. And I have a 25-year-old son who is graduating from medical school in about a month. So I think they both took all their traits from mother because they're smarter and more baked than I am. But I worked for Corrections Canada for 15 years as a parole officer. And that's when I first met Rob, when he used to work at Kitsoyo. And after 15 years, I found myself becoming really good at sending guys back to jail. And I also noticed that the majority of my guys were Indigenous, and I wanted to learn more about that. So I took a leave of absence and went to become the director of activators and to develop our Gbenga facility, which was Kenneth Creek at the time. And it was renamed the Gbenga by Clifford Quah back in 2010. And I developed this place to address the disproportionate amount of men in our system, in our jail system. And the men I deal with are all federal offenders. We have some provincial, very few, but most of them are federal. And federal offenders are 2 years to life. So I have a large number of men that we deal with that have done 30 or 40 years in jail. I have one man named Walter Sinclair out at camp that's 65, and he did 40 years. So those challenges are what the camp is designed for. Love my job, love what we do, but I've worked with Marcel Gagnon for many years, and Violet Bazoki works with us, and I have Jean-Luc Kenyon works with us. And so it was time for me to come to Chief and Council and to get some guidance on what we do, because I have men from all over Canada. I have men from all over in different institutions in Canada. There's an institution in Alberta called Pace Sagasteo, which is a minimum security. There's Queequeg down in Stolen Nation territory. They come with a lot of different teachings, and I've worked with a lot of different elders. But I realized over time that I need to be aware and be respectful of being on the territory that clearly today. And I kind of defaulted that by starting to work with Marcel. But now I came to a place where I realized I needed to get better. And I'm looking for some feedback and direction to make sure that we are being respectful of the local territory and what we do as far as teachings and ceremony. And I went to Rob knowing he's got the justice portfolio, and he guided me here today. So it's nice to tell you what we do, but I'm looking for some feedback. There's opportunities to have elders and members of today work with us. And I don't know if they're available. If not, looking for feedback on how I can, if I hire somebody that is not from here, do I need to come here and ask for them to work here, or do I to Rob, or what would you like to see? And that's what I'm here to do. And also to obviously invite you to a Gbenga Chief and Council. I know some of you have been there, but it changes all the time, and I'm more than happy to welcome you and have you there.
Monthly or?
It comes out on Mondays. We have talking circles on Monday and Wednesday mornings. And she comes out on Mondays. She hasn't been out for probably 8 weeks because of her health, but we're hoping she's coming this Monday because she said she was in Smithers still today, and then she's hoping to come out Monday. And I've little things like artwork that we would put up in actuators. I've learned only from being ignorant 20 years ago to learning now. I could say to her, like, is it okay to put this up in your territory? And it's from a guy from Saskatchewan, and just those subtle little things. But again, I still feel like I've got a ton to learn and to do things in a good way and the right way. And that's what I'm looking for feedback on that.
So I guess when it comes to people like Violet, because Violet is a wealth of knowledge, and I'm just assuming that there's things that Violet can't do, like she can't go into a sweat lodge and stuff like that, because that would be just not good for her. And the old man too, he's getting to that point where he can't go into a sweat lodge. So I'm assuming at this point you're probably looking for people or some kind of help and guidance in those areas as well with your sweat lodges and stuff like that as well too, right?
Yes, there's quite a few men that have ran sweats and they've done like Walter. But now they would be running them here, and those are the things that I get a little uncomfortable with about what's the direction that we can do that or not do that, because these guys have learned from other elders from different institutions and different territories, and if we're doing that, that's the direction I'm looking for. Is how do we do that? Is it okay to do that? Is it not okay? And I get lots of different answers. So I learned through Joanne Gillis, worked as a PO for a long time with us, and through Marcel and Violet about asking them instead of me trying to decide that I know. So, but we are looking for somebody more active and available. So somebody that can become an elder one day and come to and work with us. So we are looking for somebody that can attend talking circles, that can come to camp. And if not, there may be someone in our community that I could access that isn't Claylee. And is that okay? Do I come to you? Do I come to Violet? Or I'm a little lost with that. So that's why I'm here.
Josh.
Yeah, one of the things I've been noticing a lot lately is the elders that we do have been getting up there in age. This is something I kind of want to bring towards our community and our nation, to look at the possibility of just having people who understand culture participate in these things, because we keep painting ourselves in a corner by having the elders who are very up there in age and understand that culture, and not tapping into the people who are 45, 50 who do understand the culture, who haven't had that ability to attend anything because they're not technically elders. So is that something that you can do on your end as well, or do they have to be a certain age to participate with activators?
No, they don't have to be Violet's age or Marcel, referred to by Rob. Corrections Canada refers to spiritual advisors because they like to put labels on things. And I've had Jason Gillis work for us for a while. He recently resigned, and he never wanted to call himself an elder. He called himself a spiritual advisor. So I would love if Rob would come. If any of you would like to come to camp, I think somebody that, Josh, to answer your question, has knowledge. It's not for me to say who's an elder or who I can work with, but we do get a lot of guys that come from jails and they've been taught a certain way, and it's an elder that's been at that jail for a long time, and they come and say, Marcel dealt with it a lot. Come and say, oh, you're doing it the right way. Your sweat lodge door is pointed north and it should be east. And we learned, Marcel and I both did, to say, no, this is how we do it here. And how we do it here is the right way. We are welcoming your teachings, and we're happy to hear how you did it. But please don't come and say you're doing it the wrong way. You're just doing it your way. So I've learned a lot that way, but I don't know if I answered your question, Josh. We're open to
Spiritual advisors.
spiritual advisors.
Knowledge keepers, maybe.
Knowledge keepers, whatever. You know, there's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge that I find the people that are the ones that that are the best are the ones that say they don't know anything. That say they're not an elder and say they're not a knowledge keeper, but they actually have a ton of advice and knowledge. And what Josh, sorry, should I shut up?
Josh, do you have another question?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to put my hand down. Sorry.
And we, for instance, on Mondays, we have a woman named Dawn Harding that's our trauma counselor, and we've tied our trauma program into the 7 sacred teachings. And on Monday, for instance, Violet would come out and the two of them would have the talking circle as honesty would maybe be a topic, and Violet would get all the men to talk about what honesty means to them in the talking circle, and then Violet leaves, and then they proceed for the rest of the day in their trauma program, and she ties the teaching into that, so we're integrated together. Yesterday, it's not a teaching, but it was my teaching for the day because I was running the circle, but it was accountability. So, and what does that mean?
Where is it located? I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's located 70 k's east of town, out by Purdon, at kilometer 43.5 on the Bower Forest Service Road. And I got about 3 times the amount of snow yesterday than we got in town, but it's wonderful. Yeah. And I didn't, to give you, I know some of you have been there and understand it more, but it's a regular week. It's a structured week. I have 18 men there. I have 23 intended activators. We also have we're running a talking circle at activators on Thursday nights because there's just such a need for the culture and the teachings, and they get so much of it in jail because they're captive. There's an elder sitting in their unit, and then they get out, and we don't have it. And I understand that everyone's looking for elders and everyone's looking for advice, but we're just one of them.
Also, I remember a couple of the residences on the south side, I guess Violet talked to them. The problem is they didn't have a vehicle. So that's part of the that's part of the hurdle is how to get them from A to B and back.
Right. So we have transportation from activators to camp. Like I drive Violet out. She always tries to drive, and there's no, don't want to be disrespectful, but Violet, you're going in my truck. So we have vehicles from activators that go out, and we have pretty structured week. Mondays is talking circle and the travel program. Tuesdays and Thursdays is employment training. Wednesdays is another talking circle, and POs come out that day they have to see their guys once a week. Fridays, tomorrow's the work day. I'll be out cutting firewood with the guys, so I'm looking forward to that. And then Sundays is usually every second Sunday is a sweat. We have a sweat grounds, and Saturday's a day off. So a lot of structure, but a lot of trying to learn how to live not in jail.
Well, if there was somebody interested, but they live on a reserve, so they'd have to find a ride from there to the activators in town here, right? Down on Second
Avenue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I overheard a few band members that are interested. That because Violet has actually approached some of the members, and some of them are interested, but they don't have a ride from here to there, and so. Even for their own self, right?
But what's that?
Even for their own healing kind of stuff and way too, like where they could share their stories.
Yes. I don't want to shut the door on that. It doesn't mean I can't do it. We could pursue that if we could talk after. And what does that look like? Does it look like we go out once a month? Does it look like we go out and pick them up twice a month? I've got lots of staff, lots of vehicles, and I want to make it work.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I know that's been a thing for the last few months. I've been overhearing, and certain people have been asking me because, like, they know that Elder Violet, she really loved doing that stuff, and these individuals, she talks to them all the time. And when she can. And I guess, have you gone out yet? So.
And you incentivize us as well too, Dave, with the others coming out and that, right? Like there's the honorarium for them.
Pay them, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, we they make $300 a day. I'll just tell you, yeah, that's what I have a contract with CSC to pay for spiritual advisors and visiting elders, and I would never expect. I view elders the same as a psychologist that comes to do it. I view them the same as Dawn to come and do the counseling, probably even more. So we value their time, and that's what they get paid.
Have you asked Marcel and Violet if they have someone in mind that could go out with them and do like a, I don't know, to show them what they do, like an
mentoring thing?
elder and training type thing?
Well, Marcel hasn't been coming out. He's working at, but I've always had him to ask for advice. So he's Rob's got him at the jail local. So, but I can ask Violet on Monday. I haven't asked her that if she knew of somebody else. I've asked Marcel and Rob recently because I had to hire somebody else because I prefer to have, you know, almost like peer support workers and look for employment, and like having Jean-Luc. And instead of just having young white guys from College Heights working in the camp, you know, I've had enough of them. There are enough guys that look like me, and I understand that the value of, I've got a young guy from Nakasley that's I'm trying to hire, but his security clearance is going to take a bit because I think that's important also. And there's a woman, Catherine Cromarty from Fort St. James. She's still out, but she's 55, and that guy's call her Mushum, but she said I don't like that because she just thinks she's not old enough. But so to answer your question, they haven't brought anybody forward to me. They haven't given me any names. This is the start to ask if you guys know of anybody. And then my other option is, what else would you like to see from us? And that if I am looking for guidance, should it be to go to Rob or go to Violet? Because I don't think you always need to see me in a board meeting.
Well, I think we're talking about like what Dolly had just said. Violet and Marcel are probably your number one go-tos for people. But I mean, there's other people at this table that can think of other people who are in that knowledge keeper age, like not an elder, but they're in that 45, like Josh saying, 45 to 50-year-old bracket that do have knowledge, right? And there is some on the reserve that, and I know they could do it. I think it's just a matter of us trying to figure them out and where they are, and then.
I don't want to shut the door because of transportation issues. If there's somebody that's available, I need to be open-minded about how I can make that happen. And then if it becomes too much for us, that, you know, if driving to the reserve and picking somebody up and getting them at camp is our biggest challenge, we can do that. If I can't do that, then I'm not good at what I do.
Because they've asked me to drive them
Yeah.
once or twice, and I don't even know where that is. I don't know. I didn't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And so I just I didn't want to say no, but then again, I just didn't know where it was, and
Yeah.
they didn't know either. So and every now in the blue moon, they approach me and yeah, I seen Violet at the gas station again, and
well, also
she asked if I tried to phone or contact, and it's like, well, did you? I don't know.
Yeah, for me, trying to get a hold of Violet, it's like trying to get a hold of the Pope. Like, I gotta go down to the fire pit to talk to her.
She's a very busy individual.
Well, Jason would sit at Activators on Monday mornings at 8, and if she wasn't there at 8, then he'd leave. Because if she's coming, she'd be there ready to talk. So, you know, I didn't want to be vague, but I didn't have something specific to address. Just again, make the chief and council aware of who we are and what we do. And I know, I remember when you were last there, you were there at Christmas party, right? Like years ago. Like camp, yeah. Not a party, but we had our Christmas celebration there. So,
In the meantime, for advisors, I would continue asking Marcel and Violet and Robert to go through. And
everybody else can think of somebody too.
Yeah.
I think there's
we all can think of somebody, but we'll just if we think of anything, I think we should just shoot Robert the name and he can.
And I guess I'm looking for other direction about things we're doing there. And like we run a fast once a year, and I know that's always been supported by Marcel and Violet. And I guess the answer I'm looking for is from you and council is that to have those different things we do to get advice from Rob and go through him. And
I would say yes, definitely. Yeah. His Marshall has handed it down to Robert. Who's daughter. Because honestly, I would never sweat. Never been to one, never did.
Wouldn't that be cool if the chief went out there for a sweat?
For sweat.
we do have,
Why not?
we usually have 3 or 4 for our female staff, and invited the CSC staff and they never come, but our female staff do. And we had some protocols around it because the first time we did it, it was like, okay, how do we do this with, there's 18 men out here, and for women to go in a sweat, it's a physically vulnerable position you're in. So we just have the protocols around that. The men don't go down to that area, and we, doing the door, I say, I'll do the door and I'll turn and look out to the creek. And so they just have things set up for them so they feel safe, just because.
Oh, yeah. Sure, we would come up for sure. I like it. It's a beautiful place.
I want to go see it too. I was here for it, but I've never been there.
If it's
Is it?
okay with you, I will send a formal invite through Tafik.
Sure.
And then we would be honored to have you come out as a group. Beautiful there today. This is snowy. Yeah, I plowed my way out this morning. So grateful that somebody decided to get it to snow. That's it. I'm here because I want to be respectful of the land and where I am. And I didn't know that 20 years ago. Rob knew me when I was a pro officer and used to go to Ketsoyo. And now I just think, oh my gosh, it's cringy to think of how I probably even was trying to operate. And Louis Bird was my first guy on my caseload. And I remember him, doing things and saying things. And I was so not aware. But through working with Violet and Joanne is very helpful to me, and working with Sal and elders from the institutions. And I think I'm more aware. I still got a lot more work to do, and as I was driving here to tell Rob, I actually had a lot of anxiety. And I thought this is good for me because I have a lot of men that ask me to represent them at parole hearings, and they go in front of the parole board. I got 2 guys in the next month who have been in for over 30 years and have to go in front of a parole board with people across the desk, brining them. And I always tell them it's going to be fine. Just speak from your heart. You've done really well. You don't have to, it's not smoke and mirrors. But they have this crazy anxiety. And I'm just always like, oh, I'm in front of the parole board. And so that's how I felt today. And I was like,
Are we your parole board, Dave?
right? To be a little uncomfortable and to come here and be this. And so I just wanted to share that with you, that I'm happy that you were able to give me some time today, and it's good for me to be here and to open this door a little bit with what we do there. So I appreciate it, and I think I've taken enough of your time. And hopefully I was talking loud enough, Josh.
You were, thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Okay, so I guess we are signing off. The rest of the afternoon will be in camera. So, hope everyone has a good afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. I don't know how to shut off. Adam's not here. And then I'll get our
Yeah, you will.
one.